Great work there. Just to get that bridge, that obstacle. We will have, I hope the judges have radios. They're going to be radioing us up their scores, and then we'll be able to tell you Paul's score for that run. Our next competitor is Craig Freestone. Craig is representing Queensland, and he will be working a dog called L1 Vale Reba. And there's our takeoff dog.
To keep your dogs healthy and on the go, beat 'em. High Pro, that's the go.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keeps their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind. To keep your dogs healthy and on the go, beat 'em. High Pro, that's the go.
Whether we're out trialling or when we're working our stock, our dogs need to be in peak physical and mental condition. That's why we feed our dogs High Pro Premium. It has the right balanced formula for active and working dogs to keep them going.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind. To keep your dogs healthy and on the go, beat 'em. High Pro, that's the go.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keeps their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
You got plenty of power, don't worry about that. You got plenty of power.
Welcome to the live stream here at Geelong for the Ted Gaby. Got our second competitor out there at the moment, Craig Freestone. Craig, an Elwyn Vale Reba, hails from Queensland, one of the Queensland reps here this weekend. Just cast his dog down. The sheep have come up to the casting ring there now, but they've gone right through it and out the back. Craig just looking to settle things down before he heads off down to the gap here. Trans-Tasman course here for the Ted Gaby. Gap and the Maltese cross the bridge in the pen. We've had one run here this morning. Paul Darmody with Anaway Dotty. Paul's score this morning was 38.25. Didn't quite get across to the pen. Tremendous line of sheep here at Geelong. They're working beautiful. A little bit of strength in the sheep. You need your dog to come up and move the sheep, but other than that, they're working well. Elwyn Vale Reba, this little bitch of Craig's here's by Gibson's Alf. Jeff Gibson, also a rep for Queensland here today. This will be Jeff's 12th rep for Queensland, so a very experienced competitor and been breeding dogs for a long time. And this little bitch is out of Akuna Sky. Akuna, of course, the prefix of Dave Lacey, was in Western Australia for years, and now Dave's in Victoria, repping for Vic here today. Akuna Sky's out of Akuna Blondie by Charlie's Dusty. Again, Charlie's Dusty, a dog that Jeff Gibson had a lot of success with, so plenty of breeding in this bitch here. Craig's just looking to deliver the sheep and put them back in the ring there and just settle things down a little bit. Beautiful course here at Geelong, set up beautifully. Big course, a long way round. Competitors will have to keep on the move. Craig just looking to work these sheep around and get them up on his right hand side there. Because this Trans-Tasman course, a mix of both the New Zealand course and the Australian course, and because later on in the week on Friday and Saturday we'll have the New Zealanders over here for the Waylego Cup. Australian team being selected from this Ted Gaby challenge here today and tomorrow. Top 4 competitors will represent Australia versus New Zealand at the end of the week. Craig's delivered those sheep there. They've just got off course a little bit there on him, but he's walking down towards the gap and Reba's gone round them. He'll try and pull them back on course. 9-metre corridor there. Craig's got to keep those sheep in as he heads down here to the gap. Sheep are back on course now. They're getting a bit of a run up and they've come down the ground again and just drifted off course again there on Craig. Craig lives on the Gold Coast and operates a dog resort there, Bark Royal. Been trialling since 2010. Had a lot of success with a couple of dogs up in Queensland. Virgo's Cruise won the Queensland Championship there in 2016. And his first opportunity to rep this year with Reba for Queensland. Craig making his way to the gap here, just the sheep just a little bit off course, but they're heading in the right direction. Three from each state this year, a little bit of difference for what we've had in the past. Usually we have 2 reps from this state, but we're trialling this year having 3 from each state, just to try and strengthen the competition in the Ted Gaby a little bit, and maybe give the opportunity for some younger people to come in and experience the Ted Gaby. And of course we've got a couple of first timers in this year, so great to see some new blood coming into the sport. Craig's got the sheep through the gap there now. Now it changes over to the New Zealand part of the course. Craig's had to walk through the gap. He's driving these sheep down here. They call this the drive, and Craig's trying to keep them on course there. Incurs points penalties if he gets in front of the sheep, or the sheep and the dog and the handler all pull up at once, but they're working beautifully for Craig there now as he goes down the ground. Reba's just got her side blocked up there, and Craig's doing a great job on that side there, just keeping the sheep straight up the middle. Craig moves forward, straightened them nicely too as Reba came across. Oh, Craig, they're still okay. Just got outside the line there. Craig's had to cross over there, come back in on the other side, but he's got them in the area there. You're seeing they've gone across the white markers there into the free work area, as we say, and Craig's trying his best to bring the sheep back, but they've got around in front of him there now, and they've gone around behind the back of the Maltese cross. Just got to bring them back around, and as you can see, just enter them straight up the middle of the Maltese cross there, then come around. There they go. They're in there now for Craig. He's done a good job there to put them in. Gone right through now. He's just got to bring them clockwise around this side of the cross and put them straight through, and he'll be heading straight over to the bridge. Sheep have got a bit of a run up here now, and Reba comes around. Tries to get them held up there as Craig just steps back out of the way. This time Craig got them positioned well as he's just trying to move them into the mouth of the Maltese cross there. Reba goes around to block her side. Sheep are a little bit light and touchy. Oh, one slipped around the front of Craig. Oh, bad luck there, Craig. They got around in front of him there, and they've come right back round on this side of the cross. He'll have to bring them back around, have another go at them there. Of course, only got 15 minutes to complete the course, and all these little manoeuvres here end up costing you time at the end. The pen being worth 20 points to put them in and shut the gate. It's a big penalty when you don't get the pen. One little sheep there got his head up pretty high. He's looking to come out the back all the time. Reba's got him covered, but he's just swirling around there, just making it difficult to get the sheep to go forward. Craig just lets them settle there now for a minute as Reba comes in, just trying to get that sheep to look up the middle of the cross. There he is. He went straight up the middle of that sheep. He's just got to get the other two up there, Craig. Just gone into the corner of the cross there now. One in the middle and two round the outside. Round the front. They've gone round the other side. Two have come out now. They've gone back. Oh, they've gone back a fair way too. Craig just working them back again now, trying to get in the entrance of the Maltese cross there. Couple been up there, no, their way. This time Craig's got his block going on his side there, and they're going up the cross this time. Tried to come out the side, but Craig did well there and blocked them beautifully. Just need Reba to come up and push those sheep through the cross. Look, 4 minutes to go, and he's just negotiated the cross beautifully, Craig. Still in the New Zealand drive as we head down towards the bridge. Stepping them along here now. Time is of the essence, of course. Sheep and Craig rolling along beautifully there, and Reba's got her side blocked. Just bring them round. Craig swapped over to the other side there. The sheep are having a feed. They're settled. Oh, they've gone round the back of the bridge on Craig there. They slipped up that outside there and they've gone right round the back. He's just got to bring them round again. Got them blocked there on that side now, Craig. Got them looking up the bridge. 2 have gone up. They've all gone up now. 1, 2, 3. They're all off. Craig heading for the pen. Still got enough time to get in the pen if they'll go straight in. They've just gone off the back of the course. They're remembering we're back on the Australian course here now as we head to the pen. Back to the 9 metre course. Sheep just outside that orange marker there. Of course, every time you're outside the course, it's costing you points. Craig and Reba have got them back on course there now. Bringing them down now, got them in great position to go in the pen here, Craig, as he's got Reba placed around the front there, just blocking her side. As he comes up here into that position now, Craig. Just looking to work Reba around the back and bring those sheep forward and put them on the gate and swing them in. Put them in beautiful. Oh, they've come between Craig and the handler there. Bad luck as the sheep come round the back this time. Craig's got them back together. Time ticking away here on Craig. He'll be keen to get them in the pen and get those 20 points on the board. Got them beautifully positioned there, Craig. Oh no, they've gone round the outside. 2 have gone round the outside of the pen on the far side. He brings them back around and he'll have another go at them here. Just positioning them forward again there, Craig. Not a lot of time left as he's trying to work them up and put them in the pen. Had one go at them, but a couple ducked round the outside. This time he's got them going well. Ooh, I think they've gone round they have come round this side and they've gone round the outside. They've split the pen. Oh, and that is time. Bad luck for Craig and Reba there. Our next competitor out is Stefan Cross. Stefan from South Australia. Stefan is the current Australian team captain, led the Australian team when they went over to New Zealand to Ashburton last October in the way Lego. Top scoring Australian dog over there with Echo Park Lady, and he's got Echo Park Lady out here again today as his rep dog for South Australia, trying to get another Guernsey for Australia. Lady, of course, by Wandara Snap, dog that a lot of Mick Hudson's dogs were by, or turned out to be a tremendous sire. Out of a line which Stefan had a lot of success with in the early 2000s, he had a bitch called Glenview Connie. She was by Glenview Lofty out of Delapre Queen, bred by Doug Connop over there in WA. Doug worked a brother for Australia as well, a dog called Christie, half-brother called Christie's Polar. And the dam side of this Echo Park Lady, of course, goes back to Connie of Stefan's. Been trying to breed that back for a long time. Crossed it and crossed it and crossed it, and eventually he's come up with success here with Echo Park Lady, and he's got another one too, Echo Park Bazza, and Connor McConnell's working one here for Victoria, Echo Park Glen, and Mick Hudson qualified with a couple of dogs. MGH Rabbit, which he's working in the Ted Gaby here, but also Echo Park Mel qualified as well, so it has been a prolific cross. The Wandara Snap, Echo Park Sandy. Stefan's picked these sheep up beautifully and delivered them down there. He's just going to try and bring them round on his left-hand side there as he looks down the ground, and he's got them positioned beautifully, and Lady's working well. The sheep are lovely and settled as they come around beautifully. Stefan just making his way down here to the gap. He's got the sheep beautifully positioned on his right hand side there. Sheep are moving freely down the ground, and Lady's working beautifully there. A little bit of distance on a sheep, but she's got them held beautiful. They've got to run up now as they come down towards the gap, and Lady comes out wide here. Sheep have just come across. Now they've turned back. Stefan's just stopping things and letting them settle. Sheep have just gone outside the marker there. Lady will have to come round and straighten them. Stefan just waits for him to come round. They've come straight down past the end of the gap here now. Stefan will just have to bring these sheep back on course and put them through the gap. He's just got things settled there now, just letting the sheep settle. They got a little bit of a run up when they came down the bottom of the corridor there and went straight past the gap, so he's just trying to get them back on course here now and settle things down a bit. He had a great start to the trial. Stefan, of course, a very experienced handler. He's had 14 reps for South Australia and represented Australia 7 times. Very, very experienced handler on the Trans-Tasman. Stefan's just bred a litter of pups out of Echo Park Lady. There was some frozen semen of Glenview Lofty, the sire of his great dog, Connie. And Stefan's put that Glenview Lofty semen back to Echo Park Lady here and produced 2 pups. So, be exciting to see how they finish up. A double cross of all that good blood that Stefan had a long time ago, and it's come back pretty close, so it'll be interesting to follow their progress. Got the sheep beautifully positioned now, and they're looking the right way, and straight through the gap they go. Beautiful work from Stefan. In the New Zealand section of the course now, Stefan walks through the gap, and he'll be looking to drive these sheep down the middle of the corridor, heading for the Maltese Cross. Things going well here, Stefan. He's working his side there just to straighten the sheep a little bit. Can't get in front of the sheep, but if he does, he'll incur a penalty. He's got them going beautifully now. Sheep have gone in across the white line there. They're in the free work area there now, so Stefan can move around there and give Lady a hand. They've got the sheep beautifully positioned as they go straight into the Maltese Cross. Oh, they've tried to come out the side. Lovely little block there from Lady as she went round and straightened them. The sheep have made their way out the end of the cross. Stefan's going to swap over now, bring Lady round on the clockwise side and bring them round and try and shake them up and put them through, heading to the bridge. Lady working these sheep with a little bit of distance there, but great control on these sheep. They're starting to run back a little bit here now. Lady comes around, she's picked them up and turned them around, but they've just come past the opening to the cross. Stefan's just going to settle things down. Got them looking the right way now as he brings them up. Just does a bit of work on his side to keep the sheep straight. He gets Lady around on the other side and the sheep have gone straight up the middle of the cross. Stefan's just going to step in there to block them. Beautiful work from Stefan. The sheep have gone straight through the middle. 1, 2, 3. They're all through. Beautiful work, Stefan and Lady. Making his way down to the bridge. Making good time too, Stefan. Sheep are moving beautifully now. Lovely drive from Stefan and Lady there as they go down the back of the course there now. Come over the white line, they're into the free work area and Stefan will just be looking for Lady to poke these around. The last sheep went up the bridge well. They're looking, he's got them in a beautiful spot there, Stefan. He's got his side covered beautifully as he comes in there. Oh, and they've beaten him round the outside.
Get behind. Go! Get! Behind.
Got one going up, he's got 2 going up, and he's got 1 round the front.
Good dog.
He's going to bring that sheep round, and now they've all come back out. going to shape them up and have another look at the bridge. 2 have been up there. Just got to get the third one convinced to look up the right way. Lovely bit of work there from Stefan and ladies. He's just shuffling them towards the base of the bridge. This time he's got them set up beautifully, Stefan, as they go forward. Straight through and off the end of the bridge. Lovely bit of work from Stefan and lady. Just gone out the back of the course there a little bit. Back on the Australian course now as we head down to the pen. Sheep have just come across in front of Stefan and gone back out in the middle of the ground. Remembering every time the sheep come off course it'll be a points penalty. Start with 100 points. Keep losing them all the way round. Stefan's got them coming down just outside the course. There they are on the top side, but they're travelling well. Some back inside the line there now as they head down, and Stefan will be looking to put these straight in the pen if he can. He's got a great position on them there now. Making his way into the ring, just positioned off the end of the gate. He's got plenty of time to pen them here, Stefan. He'll just take his time. Make sure of them as he brings them up and tries to put them on the gate. Beautiful turn back there from Lady as she's put them right on the hinge there of the gate there. Stefan just waits for him to settle and gives them time to look. Lovely bit of footwork there from Lady. She's picked up that sheep that went round the outside. Oh, he's beat her. Gone right round the outside of the pen. Still got 3 minutes to go, Stefan here, but he's got to bring these sheep back around and put them in front of the pen again. Just bringing them back there now. Lady's just trying to get the 3 of them back together. This time she does it well. Another go at them now. Stephanie, she brings them up. They're right on the end of the pen. Blocked them beautifully there, Lady, and they're right in a good position if you can just get them pushed in from there. Holding up, brings the dog back. Beautiful positioning there from Stefan as Lady comes in, puts a bit of pressure on the sheep, puts them down the back of the pen, but one's come out the front. Oh, and he's gone right round the back again. Unfortunate there for Lady. And now they're all out. Time ticking away here on Stefan. It's a fine line between putting too much pressure on and getting them in before time. Just working hard here now. Got to bring them round and show them again, but one's been round the back a couple of times and he knows his way through the gap there. And he's gone right round the outside of the pen again. Stefan brings... Oh, no, that sheep's gone round the outside again. He knows his way round there.
Not at the moment. Hold fire. Not at the moment, please.
Sheep come back around. Oh, and that sheep gone right round the outside again. It'll be hard to pen from there for Stefan, and time is ticking away, and now they've all come back out. Oh, and that is time, unfortunately, for Stefan. Couldn't get the 20 for the pen. A few goes, but that sheep learned his way round and he was hard to get back in.
To keep your dogs healthy and on the go, High Pro, that's the go.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keeps their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind. To keep your dogs healthy and on the go, beat 'em. High Pro, that's the go.
Whether we're out trialling or when we're working our stock, our dogs need to be in peak physical and mental condition. That's why we feed our dogs High Pro Premium. It has the right balanced formula for active and working dogs to keep them going.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
Our next competitor to the peg is Lee Jamison from Tasmania. Lee's been competing in sheepdog trials since 1992. This is the 5th time that he's represented Tasmania with 3 different dogs, so a great achievement there for Lee. Lee represented in 2014, 2019, 22, 23 and now in 24. A lot of the Tasmanian dogs, Lee's dogs, on the lines of Makara and Somerville lines. Of course, Malcolm Taylor was so successful with those lines, and there's a great base your dogs on. Lee working a young dog here, Glen Murray Toby. Sheep having a good look at the dog here down the bottom of the cast, and Toby's just working well to keep that high-headed weather in the mob there. He's looking out nicely, but Toby's got him covered up everywhere he turns, and he's just putting him back in the mob each time until he settles. Sheep are just getting a bit of a split up there, but Toby's brought them back together and got them travelling nicely now as they're going to head down the ground. Lee looking to bring them up on his left-hand side as he looks down the ground and take them anti-clockwise round the peg. Still that Weather's got his head up high out the front there, and Toby's got him covered up nicely as he keeps turning him back into the mob, which is all he can do just to settle a sheep and put him back with his friends. And he's in the middle there now, and Toby's got them travelling well. Sheep are coming right up there next to Lee now. Just got off course a little bit there, but Lee's got them back on track there now as he's trying to bring them round him there. A little bit of weight back on the dog in the draw there, and of course when you turn to come down the ground, the sheep are keen to come down the ground. And here they come round the outside of Lee there now, and the sheep have gone out over the side, but Toby's got them blocked up nicely there. He just working his way down towards the gap here in the 9 metre Australian corridor. That big Weather still got his head up high and still looking to have a bit of a trot, and Toby's done a great job to keep him together, but he just keeps trying the dog. Gone just round off course behind there now, but he's got him straightened up now. Across and come outside the course here. Toby just working around in front of the sheep there, trying to keep that big Weather calm, but he's coming right over on this side now. Toby's in a good spot there, but they've come right down the outside, and Toby's come in a bit close there, but he got away with it. He's turned out there and got the sheep in a good position. Ended up in front of the gap on the course there as Lee just settles down. The sheep are looking the right way. Toby's in good position there, and straight through the gap they go. A little bit of trot as they come out the front. They're just going to walk down and go through the gap and take up his position on the left-hand side of the course here. Sheep got a bit of a run off there. One's knocked each other down, but he's back up there now. Sheep are just a little bit off course there. Toby looking to bring them back on and put them on this time. They've come back on for him. He's just waiting there now. Didn't want to get in front of his sheep as he's put them back on course nicely there. Just moves up to take his position to block them coming out the side, and Toby comes round the back to pick up the tail. Sheep are moving down now. They might have just got off course there again by the look of it. They're outside the peg. Bring them round and put them up the centre of the Maltese cross here. Now Lee's got them brought back in, blocks up his side. Lee, and he's turned the sheep around right in front of the mouth of the Maltese. Lovely bit of work there from Lee. The sheep go straight up the middle. Toby comes round, picks them up as they clear the cross at the top. Just getting a little bit wide there down the back of the course, but Toby's in front of them now and he'll get them turned around. He's just giving them a little bit of room. Come in on the end of the Maltese cross. Stepping into them there now, Lee, as he's got them shaped up beautifully.
We've got to push them through now so that they come out from the side of the...
Got them in the cross beautifully there, Lee, as he just moves down to block his side and the sheep goes straight through.
That's very true. No, we'll get there.
Beautiful work there from Lee and Toby. Got them through the cross beautifully. Heading off to the bridge now. Still got that weather out the front taking the lead, the one they've had right from the beginning. They've got him under control, but only just, and Lee's got them in good position there now as Toby comes around. Just looking to drive them down towards the bridge. Lee just doing a bit of blocking on his side there. Weather's looking out the back, but Toby stepped into him nicely there and's got him turned around, heading down the draw. Judges for this, Ted Gaby and Michael Depler and Bill Davison, both very experienced judges. Two judges judge individually. The scores are added together at the end and we come up with an average. Lee just working away on these sheep here, just inching them down towards the bridge. Locks his side well there, Lee, as he turns a sheep into the free work area there now and steps up nicely on the sheep and blocks them from going up the side of the bridge. Got them in a beautiful position there, Lee. They're all looking up the bridge for him. Lovely work from Lee and Toby. Still got two to bring off the top of the bridge. This time they're off. Remembering back on the Australian section of the course now, we've got a 9-metre corridor heading to the pen. Sheep are settled and feeding along there, but it doesn't take much to upset them, and Lee and Toby have done a great job. Just outside the marker there, looking at it from here. Sheep are coming along beautifully for Lee and Toby here. About 4 minutes to go here, so still plenty of time for Lee to get them in the pen. He's got them travelling beautifully. Sheep have come across, they're still on course there for Lee as they come across in front of him there. He's blocked them up beautifully there with Toby. Bringing him up to the mouth of the pen. Gonna send Toby right round the back of the pen and pick up the sheep on the other side. Try and stop them going up on the far side. They've made a habit of going up on that outside pen, and now Toby's got to come around this side. He comes right back around again. Beautiful work from Lee there. He brings the dog back around. He's got the sheep in a tremendous position there. Just turns those sheep in beautifully. Showed the dog to the sheep on the fast. Oh, and one slipped round the outside on Lee. They still got around there on him. Come right around the outside. Lee just going to bring them back and give them another crack at the mouth of the pen there. Still time's on his side at this stage. Got him in great spot. He's just got to block that outside. Lovely work from Lee Jamieson too as he turned the sheep back. Lovely. Toby came back beautifully and picked up that sheep. He's got them in great position if he could just get those sheep turned around in the pen. Looks like they're swirling around beautifully there in the mouth. Toby coming up nice and strong there for Lee. Lee just letting them settle and have a little bit of a look and get used to going to the back of the pen as he's just waiting there now. One step at a time for Toby. Just inching them back in the pen there, Lee and Toby, as he going to make sure of it now. They've made a habit of going around the outside of the pen, and Lee trying to block beautifully on that other side with Toby. Lovely bit of work there, right in the mouth of the pen there with Lee and Toby, and they're inching them back in, backing them into the pen. Oh, one's come out! Oh, and he's gone right round the outside. You haven't got him till you got him, have you? The sheep comes out, but Toby's got him turned around and he's brought him back in the mouth of the pen again. This time he's gone to the back of the mob there. Hopefully they can turn them back onto him and put them in. This time he's got them to the back of the pen. Lee Jamieson and Toby wasted no time. Lee, as he stepped out of the ring, picked up the gate, brings it round the front, shut the gate for Lee and Toby. Great run there, first pen of the day.
has bred Celtic Gypsy.
This is our first competitor from Victoria. My name's John Cantrell from Dubbo in New South Wales, taken over from Tony. Thanks, Tony. Richard stepped out of the casting peg. Just got the dog settled. Sheep are out. They're just settling the sheep out just at the top of the cast there. Judge is just holding the flag up. Indicated the sheep are right. And time on. He sent the dog out in an anti-clockwise cast or out to the right from the casting peg. Coming down, sheep has seen the dog. Gypsy's just walking in on the sheep there. It's just a little break out to the right, nothing to panic about. The sheep are now heading down towards Richard.
And everything's right down there. Did you check the knobs and...
So it's just taken some time to introduce the dog to the sheep. We've got 15 minutes to get around the course, so a few moments just spent just quietly getting the dog, moving the sheep gently down the ground towards the handler. For those of you that don't know, Richard is actually born in Wales and came to Australia a number of years ago. We're working on a Trans-Tasman course today, so this course is a combination of Australian and New Zealand rules, so this first section that Richard's going to have to work once the sheep are delivered is what we call an Australian carry, up to that first obstacle, but he's got to get the sheep down delivered first. See the sheep just questioning the dog a little bit. They're putting a little bit of pressure on the dog. Gypsy's just leant on him, got them rolling back down towards Richard. You might also hear Richard using a whistle to command his dog. Some competitors choose a whistle, some use voice commands, and when the dog's a bit closer you can also use hand signals too. So sheep are nearly delivered. They've come down in a pretty good line to Richard so far. Just going to go around, so when the sheep are in the area of the handler, they must pass that peg on the handler's left and go around the back to be considered delivered. So they're just pulled up again, planting their feet, getting a little bit heavy. Gypsy's walking up quietly and confidently. They're going around the back of Richard. They're now delivered. They just popped out the back of the course a little bit, back on. Now Richard's off, so he's going to carry these sheep on his right hand side. Gypsy's got to keep that lead sheep. It's leaning on the dog pretty heavily. It wants to go back down to the yards to its mates. Just turned it back. It's just at the back of the group. Still testing the dog at the moment, back on course. Held up well now, in a good position. I want to keep the flow of the sheep going, just off course behind him. making a little break down the corridor. Gypsy's got them pulled up. So Richard's coming up to that first obstacle, which we call the gap. And just in front, beside the gap is a circle the handler has to stand in. You'll see when Richard pulls up. Sheep just turned back on him. Gypsy coming out wide. Great position there. Right. Sheep, now they're looking at the obstacle. Just turned away a little bit, but that's okay. They're still in that good area. Just need to settle down a little bit. It just slipped around the inside of that obstacle between Richard and that panel. He's going to have to bring them back on our side of the obstacle where we can read the dog prey signs. So the sheep are just not quite accepting the dog yet. So he may even just work this obstacle in reverse, put the sheep through the gap, and then get his dog around the other side and rework it in the correct direction. Let's just see. So the sheep have had a practice go. And they're through. Obstacle completed. Well done, Richard. So you'll see now Richard's got to step through the obstacle himself to go on the New Zealand part of the course now. We call this the drive section. The sheep have just popped out to the left-hand side, so he's going to get them back on course. And in this section, the handler can help their dog. They're just running back to the yards. But now this section and the section from the cross to the bridge is the New Zealand section, so you can be more interactive and help your dog, use some stockmanship skills as well. Try and keep your points. Just got to get these sheep back in the corridor. So this part of the course is a 15-metre course compared to the Australian sections that are on a 9-metre course. So they're in a good position now, heading up the centre of the corridor towards the Maltese cross. Gypsy covered a little break out to the right, really well. Also, you might notice in this section, if the handler thinks they need to, they can stop walking. So now they're in a free working area. You'll see Richard move around to try and help the dog aim the sheep into that first part of the Maltese cross. Sheep still looking at the dog. They don't seem that comfortable with Gypsy yet. They don't want to take their eyes off her. Just need to get them to have a look up the obstacle and they may go forward. There we go, they're entering. Just inside, there we go. So they've got to go straight through the top side. Richard's going to block his side. Well done, Richard and Gypsy. Now Richard's going to come around to the right hand side as we look at it of the Maltese cross and repeat that exercise. Sheep just broken out just a little bit below. Richard needs to stay in that marked area you can see with the white markers. Now he's going to put a little bit of weight from his bottom position on that shoulder of the sheep. Just roll them around to that obstacle, to the entrance of it. Gypsy's still got her side covered. It all sounds very easy. You just got to get the sheep through the obstacle. But there's 3 sheep there that have got a different idea. Well done, Richard. You see he's just blocking that exit. They're looking down towards him. They need to keep going to our left to start aiming towards the bridge in the second half of the New Zealand course. So they've just paused. Richard's trying to help the dog. You can use your arms and movement. There we go, they're looking down. Now they're moving forward. Obstacle complete. Well done, guys. So now they're on the second drive section. So now they're going to walk towards the bridge. Richard's just getting in a good position with the dog. Sheep are moving forward. Just a little break on the inside of that corridor. Back on course now. hear a few commands from Richard up in the commentary box as well. It's getting a little bit tense. The sheep have been pretty testing the whole way around so far. It hasn't been easy for them. So they're making good progress. Now they're in the free work area for the bridge. Richard's on the outside. Gypsy's got the inside covered. Just calling dog around. Even though the sheep have been a little bit difficult, they're cheeky enough to have a little mouthful of grass looking at the bridge. And they're up. Well done. Just got to clear the obstacle. They're not off yet. 1, 2, 3, they're down. The sheep have popped out from the end of the bridge, just starting to head up that corridor towards the pen. I think Richard's got a fair bit of time up his sleeve so far. Still got 5 odd minutes to go. Sheep just come in on the inside. Just off course on the middle of the ground. They're looking at Mike Deppler to make sure his clicker's still working. Picking their heads up, heading uphill again towards the pen. He just needs to drag them back to his right hand side to get them on course. You can see this ground's beautifully marked with those orange and white markers. It's not only for the competitors, it's also for the judges so they can see when the sheep are taking a point. Closing in on the pen. Sheep are in a nice position. Gypsy's just coming around the outside. Just below the sheep. They're just ducked behind Richard. But they've settled. Still got a lot of time. A lot of competitors do carry a clock. I'm not sure if Richard does. Sheep still looking at Gypsy, just turned away now. Angling up towards the pen, they're in front of the very quick. There's one still just a little bit edgy, just moving the dog in a little bit, try and settle that sheep. He's going for the gate. Gypsy's holding that gap. Well done, Richard and Gypsy. Second pen for the morning, and then the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge on the Trans-Tasman course.
Victorian competitor, so this is the equivalent of the state of origin of sheepdog trialling. I'm from Victoria, so it's a border collies that you'll see, but there are...
So the next competitor out to the ring is Ken Atherton, all the way from Western Australia. Ken's running Ramulan Charlie. Charlie was also a state rep at Strathalbyn last year, so dog's got some experience. Ken's got a lot of experience. And let's see how they go today at Geelong. Great day for dog trialling. Sun's up, everyone's smiling. Flags up, sheep are coming out. So sheep are settled, flags down. We're away. Ken sent Charlie out on a clockwise cast down the bottom side of the ground, coming around clockwise direction. Great to see another Kelpie out here representing their state. Charlie's just poking around the back of the sheep nice and calmly. Sheep has seen the dog. So Ken's been trialling for a few years now. It's about 39 years ago he stepped out for his first trial, and this year he's representing Western Australia again, so congratulations Ken. So sheep are just coming down off the dog nicely, just starting to head down towards the handler. Just got a little bit of a trot on. See Charlie's a nice distance from the sheep. He's got those little mini brakes covered at the moment. They seem to be heading in a nice straight line so far down towards Ken to be delivered. You might even notice just behind Ken is the High Pro tent. High Pro is a terrific sponsor of dog trialling across the country. So if you want to find out anything about the product, if you're on the grounds or coming down to the grounds later in the day or during the week, go and see Alison and the crew at the High Pro tent. Sheep had just paused, just evaluating the dog. Charlie's still just putting just enough pressure on the edge of that bubble to keep the sheep moving. Just maybe punch the bubble just a tiny bit. The sheep trotted along, but I don't think it's been too heavy on the points. Sheep are just coming down Ken's left side of that casting peg as they need to. It's moving nicely around the back. They're probably just about past that balance marker. They certainly are now, so those sheep are considered delivered. And when Ken wants to, he can step off and start heading off on that first Australian carry to the gap. And he's away. So are the sheep. They just made a little break on the inside of the course, just in front of Ken. Terrific venue here at the Geelong Showground. We've got a view of Geelong from the commentary box. Look over to my right, you can see the home ground of the Geelong Cats. Little break for the sheep just down on the outside of the course now, just heading down towards the gap. Charlie's coming out wide. He's going to pass the opposition in a second, get on in front of these sheep and pull them up at the obstacle. Well done, Charlie. Ken's just got to maintain his pace while he's walking to that first gap. If he holds the dog still, the sheep might hold still as well. They're having a look at the obstacle already, so that's a good sign. Once Ken gets to position, he'll move the dog around as he needs to start getting those sheep to move forward towards the gap. Just watching over this shoulder, watching where Charlie is. He's coming in on that lead sheep on its shoulder. It's now taking his mates through the gap. Well done, Ken. Well done, Charlie. So the handler has to negotiate this obstacle as well. You can see Ken walking through the gap. Sheep are in a nice position. Charlie's holding that right side well. Ken's quietly walking up the left-hand side of the course, trying to hold his side. Well done. He just took a couple of quicker steps on that shoulder of the sheep. Just trotting off. Ken's trying to keep within that 15 metres of the sheep. There's one just off course a little bit. Now they're back on. Charlie's done well. So this is the drive section. So ideally you want the sheep out the front, you and the dog at the rear, driving the sheep forward towards that obstacle. So they're just about at the Maltese cross. So they now enter the obstacle free work area. They're looking in straight in. Well done, Ken. So they've picked up a little bit of time up their sleeve to work the second half of this obstacle. So they're going to repeat the exercise, but heading towards our left now to go down towards the bridge. You see Ken, he's just taken a position to block the sheep. He's just making himself look a bit bigger, waving his arms. That's all acceptable from the handler on the New Zealand sections. The sheep have had a look down the obstacle. They've made entry. Got to get them past. Had a little look down the bottom, but they made it through. So the sheep have already left the obstacle area and onto the second drive part of the course. So Charlie's holding them on the inside line. Ken's taken up position on the outside, furthest away from us. And now they're just nice and calmly walking forward. They're just walking on to Ken a little bit. He's going to put some little bit of pressure on them to keep them moving forward. Ken's making good progress time-wise. Got about 8 minutes to go, so doesn't need to rush. Just a little break forward from the sheep. Still on course. One of them's just sampling the Geelong grass to make sure it's still fresh and tasty. So just about to enter that free work area for the bridge. So the sheep are in now. Ken can walk in as well. Sheep look like they're in a good position. There's no need to rush. Plenty of time. They're looking at the obstacle now. This looks like a good bridge. Just paused on the top of the bridge. Charlie's just coming in a little bit just to encourage them off. And they're off, clear of the obstacle. So now Ken's back on the Australian section. Australian rules, heading up towards the pen, back on a 9 metre course. You see the sheep just having a look at that dog prey sign on the bridge as they leave it. So now he needs to make sure he carries them on his right hand side. Just a little trot up the hill, still in a good position. Heaps of time left. I don't know if Ken's got another appointment after this, but he's making plenty of time on this course. He's gonna nice carry up the hill. In the background we can see one of our judges, Bill Davidson, in the golf cart. We have 2 judges on course for the Ted Gaby competition. One judge judges the outside and the other judge takes the inside position, which Mike Deppler's doing today. So we've provided a cart for the judges taking the outside line. It's a long way to walk around that fence line and keep up with the action, so that helps with the buggy. Ken's approaching the pen. The sheep are in a nice position. Just ducked past the outside of the gate. Ken's now in the set, so he needs to stand still while he's working his dog. Sheep come around the front of Ken. Seem to be in a nice position, just on the edge of the gate. They just slipped through again. Sheep are back in that position again. They're just inside that gap between Ken and the gate. And they've been through there twice. They know their way through there. Look like they're just on the outside of the pen. And now they're getting a little bit of momentum up. Ken's getting a little bit tense as well. So now he's just got to work a little bit hard to get these sheep back. They've made a little bit of a break away from the pen towards the yards. They're coming back nicely now. Just a little pause. They're still putting a bit of pressure onto the dog. Very nice spot there. Using that gap again. I guarantee it's the same sheep pulling them through each time as well. So you can certainly see now that that time Ken saved earlier in the course, he needs it now. He needs to be able to settle these sheep and just let them work with the dog. A little bit of a breeze has picked up as well now. You can see the flags in the background, they're starting to stand up a bit. Going through that gap again. They've had a look at the pen, they just do not want to go in there at the moment. Ken's just having a breather, just moving Charlie around on the clockwise a little bit just to try and get those sheep moving forward. As a single, but two have got their feet in cement at the moment. Sheep are in a nice position now. It's just having a look towards that gap again between Ken and the gate. And they've used it another time. 3 minutes on the clock. Just a little break around the outside of the pen. They come around the back. They're going to try it on the dog again. Making a little break for it. We can hear some sirens in the background. I don't know if that's the police coming to arrest one of these sheep. So now these sheep are really starting to eat into this remaining time. One of the dogs in the background's trying to howl some encouragement to Ken at the moment. He's getting the sheep coming back now. So one of these sheep just in front of Ken's just got its head up. Look like they're in a nice position there, just on the front of the gate. There's one sheep at the back still looking to make a break behind Ken. It has again, it's taken its mates with him. Two minutes to go. These sheep have eaten up a fair bit of time here for Ken at the pen. They just sent Charlie around the top side of the pen just to try and hold the sheep down on the correct side at the entrance of the pen. Better, they're just rolling along the gate now. They've had a look in the pen. They're just in the entrance of it. Haven't quite crossed the line yet. Still one trying to make a break. It does, just between the gap and Ken again. He's come around the outside. He's met his mates at the gate. You can feel the frustration from here. Got 60 seconds to go. Still does have time. It's just whether a matter if that sheep's going to agree and go into the pen or try and take that gap again. Sheep are just edging forward towards its pen. About 30 seconds go around the outside. There's a lot of pressure on the dogs when they're out on a 3-sheep course. And these dogs in this Interstate Challenge are the best of the best. Experience. And that's time. Unfortunately, we missed the pen on this run. Ken will still have another 2 runs to go in the round 2 and 3 of the Ted Gaby challenge. So out at the peg now is Will Goggin from New South Wales and Blaimari Trixie. Trixie's come out to the right hand side down the course. Sheep are just grazing away from the dog a little bit. There is sheep, Selena. And they turn, heading towards the handler. Just giving them a little bump. They're just trotting down the ground. It's okay, they're allowed to trot, but it also might mean they're just not quite happy with the dog yet too. So the advantage with this for Will though is he's saving a little bit of time on this draw, and he might need this time at an obstacle a bit later in the course, but we'll see how it unfolds. So he's just got Trixie just backing off, just taking that little bit of pressure off the sheep. Just let them accept the dog, have a nice introduction, and then start moving off. So they're coming down towards Will now, down his left hand side, around the back. When Will's happy, the sheep are in the position he likes, he can step off, and he's away now, so we'll keep walking down towards that gap. He's not allowed to stop. Sheep just made a little break inside Will's. Of course, on the inside. So Will's also been around dog trialling for quite a while. He notes his first trial was around 1974, same year I was born. Break up the inside again. Trixie's coming around just to try and pull the sheep up back on course. Still just a little bit agitated at the moment. Haven't quite settled. The wind has picked up at this point too. We noticed in the last run when the wind came up that the sheep seemed to backing Trixie off. She's holding the inside of the course as well. Sheep just make a little break up the hill towards the cometry area. You notice that Will hasn't changed his pace on the Australian carry. The handler needs to maintain their pace. And that front sheep's just still got its head in the air at the moment. Still a bit unsettled. Will's holding Trixie. Sheep are looking at the obstacle. They may go through. Just through they go. Now Will's going to negotiate the obstacle, start the first drive section towards the Maltese cross. See the sheep leaning on the dog, looking back towards the let-out yards where the rest of the mates are. Trixie's doing a terrific job keeping the sheep on course. Just aiming her weight at the shoulder of the sheep there. They're still moving forward, they're still asking a question of the dog at the same time. Will's holding his side on the inside of the course as well. You might notice Will's got a stick in his hand, that's also allowed. Have a stick no longer than 18 inches to help with hand signals whilst working your dog. So this has been a pretty good drive section. The sheep have maintained their position pretty much in the centre of that corridor. They're entering the free work area for the Maltese cross. They've already had a look down. They're in a great position. We'll see how they react to Will and the dog. And they're through and they completed that first half. Great work, Will and Trixie. Just sent Trixie anti-clockwise just to bring the sheep around for the second half of that cross and making a little break down the ground towards us. A little bit of work just to bring the sheep back to that second entrance of the Maltese cross. Second half of the obstacle, not quite as easy as the first half. You see that sheep just breaking inside the panel and Will. Just did a quick lap of the Maltese cross. It's a good time to thank Steve Turner of Silver Tussocks in Victoria for supplying the sheep for the Supreme here in Geelong 2024. As we've seen this morning so far with the first 6 competitors, the sheep have provided a challenge. First 1, 2, 3 sheep have completed the second half of that cross. Made a little break down the ground on that second drive. Will's now taken up his position on the top side away from us. Holding up his side, trying to keep the sheep in the course, in the corridor. Just a change over with the dog. So now Will's on the inside of the corridor, Trixie's holding up the top half. And the sheep have just made a break around the side of the bridge. So Will's holding up his position just on the outside of the bridge. Trixie's just working them back towards the mouth. So you can see Will's helping the dog. These New Zealand sections, you're allowed to help the dog manoeuvre the sheep. Sheep have cleared the obstacle, making a little break up the hill. So Will's back on the Australian carry again. So Will would have a fair bit of time up his sleeve at the moment. He's made good progress around the course. Chewed up a little bit of time at Maltese Cross, but that's okay. We've picked it back up on that good work at the bridge. Just a little break on the inside from the sheep. Will's catching up to them now. He'll just get them back on course and continue towards the pen. He's about halfway along now. It's got about 7 minutes to go. Sheep made a little break up the hill. Trixie's there to turn them back. One of Will's other responsibilities in dog trialling, he's the New South Wales president. Just a little break around the outside of the pen. He's got the sheep in a nice position. He's just getting Trixie to settle and come around. The sheep are watching the dog closely. So they've had a look at the pen and they just cover the outside. They've just cleared the line of the pen now, so when Will's happy he can step in and close the gate. He's going for the gate. Well done, Will. Just let him close the gate. Great work, Will and Trixie.
Great job there from Will Goggin and his little dog Trixie. We will have a So coming out now, we will
Our next competitor out is Jeff Gibson and Gibson's Polly.
I think Jeff's represented Queensland 12 times or more. He's a very experienced trialer and he's coming onto the ground with a dog called Gibson's Polly.
Gibbo's entering the ground. This is another dog that Jeff has bred himself. It's only a young dog as well, but Jeff, being the experienced, skilled handler that he is, he's got Polly into the Queensland team. Just stepping out to the peg now. Judges a signal for the sheep. Sheep are out. Let out crew are just moving the sheep down in a position for the judges to be happy to send the dog time on. Polly's away. Running out to Jeff's right. Polly's been watching the sheep all the way down on her outrun. Lovely cast from Polly. Sheep are just starting to move off. There's a little bit of weight coming uphill. Polly's covered it, keeping the sheep moving towards Jeff. Jeff's been trialling for a number of years and has had representative honours a number of times. Represented Queensland 12 times. Some people might know Jeff lived in New South Wales and he's represented New South Wales 4 times. And he's been in the test team 8 times. So there's a lot of experience in these high level trials and a lot of experience with the pressure that comes with that. Sheep are just making their assessment of the dog at the moment. See, Polly's got them covered uphill and downhill. This is a 15-minute course that the competitors are on. They don't get any extra points for finishing faster than their previous competitor. They just must complete the course within 15 minutes. The sheep are coming up towards Jeff now, just making their way around the back. Past that balance marker now, so when Jeff's ready, he can step off now. He's on the first carry to the gap. Jeff has the sheep in a nice position. Polly's just covering in front. Just allowing the sheep to come onto her. Sheep are walking. It's great work from Jeff and Polly at the moment. And this is very good work from a young dog too. There's a lot of pressure with the stock walking onto the dog. It's just stepped in, just holding the sheep up. You can see Jeff's carrying the sheep in his front pocket at the moment, and that's okay. They're in a good position. They're on course. And they're in that 9-metre semicircle on Jeff's right. Jeff's just passed the sheep now. He's going to carry the sheep into the obstacle. Polly's got the top side of the course covered. As Jeff's stepping towards the set for this obstacle, we can see here from the commentary box all those previous representative honours he's got embroidered on his jacket. It's a terrific achievement. Sheep are in a great position now for this first obstacle. Just don't want to take their eyes off the dog at the moment. Having a look through the gap. Just a little pause. And that rear sheep's going to push his 2 mates through. Jeff's taking up position on the drive section now. He has also negotiated that obstacle, walking through the middle of the gap. Heading up towards the Maltese cross now. Sheep are thinking about having a little trot. Polly's got them covered. They're just starting to lean on that outside line of the course. They're still on course, but they're just drifting over towards that line. Jeff has the inside line covered. The handlers can move across the course as well if they wish. They just need to keep moving in a forward direction. or stop if they need to. If they end up taking a backward step, they will be penalised. Sheep are just dancing on that line at the moment. It's very close. Polly still has them on course. Just rolled that outside sheep in. They're still just asking a question of the dog now, but she has them covered. Just leaning on them, get them to enter that free work area for the first New Zealand obstacle, being the Maltese cross. They're in a pretty good position now. The middle sheep's having a look up the centre of that obstacle. Jeff and Polly at the same time just squeezing a little bit of pressure and a pincer manoeuvre on these sheep. The rear sheep's just turned around. They're all facing the dog now. Jeff's just stepping around to help Polly on her side a little bit more. Sheep have rolled around a bit closer to the obstacle. They're still looking at the dog. A couple have now had to look up the obstacle. They know they can go up there. They just don't want to take their eyes off Polly right now. Still just coming towards our right of the obstacle. So Jeff's just stepping away, taking a little bit of pressure off the sheep to see if he can draw them onto him. They're looking up. They've entered the obstacle. They've also got 3 potential exits, but they've negotiated that well. They've exited the top side. Now just going to bring him back towards the lead outside of the obstacle, so our right hand side.
The links in the live stream sheet. So if I go onto the live stream sheet.
Oh, he's quite fast on the feet as well. You can see that little bit of tension in the sheep. They're just not quite settled, trying to make a little break. Polly's got them covered with a good footwork. Now they're just leaning on the dog a bit, trying to walk downhill a little bit more. Just on that corner of those 2 panels at the moment. You're close to the entrance. One just had a little look, just rolled back around with his mates. Number 1 sheep's ended. Number 2 and 3 walking through. Need to keep them moving forward. Great work, team. They've finished the Maltese cross and now the sheep have entered the drive section towards the bridge. Gibbo's taken up position on the downhill side of the course. Polly's got the inside covered. The sheep are just trying to make a little break uphill. Polly's driving them back on course now. Jeff's just quietly moving forward as well, holding his side, but the sheep at the moment, they're still leaning on the dog quite heavily. Just turn the sheep towards that bridge, trying to make a little trot up the ground again. Polly has them covered on the inside of the course. Sheep are in a good position at the moment. Seem to be quite sensitive to the pressure from the dog. Now the team will have to start working them towards the bridge. Just holding up his side. Polly is working hard to keep these sheep on course and towards the obstacle. Sheep seem to be having trouble taking their eyes off the dog. Just that ever so slight overrun then just turned the sheep away from the bridge. They're still in a good spot, however, but they do need to turn around so they can go forward. Jeff's moving in as well, just to put a little bit more weight from his side of the obstacle onto the sheep. See that bottom sheep just stamping at Polly. She held her ground. Gibbo's trying to help. Just taken up on the uphill side of the mouth of the obstacle now. Too hard to look on the ramp. That third one just made that break on the inside. Polly's going to have to bring them back. That wind's really starting to pick up now, and you can certainly ask the question, is this affecting the performance of the sheep at the moment? Well, you can see those flags really standing up in that wind now. Got the sheep back to a good spot. They had a look up the bridge, just turned away. Jeff's covering his side. Yeah, they've entered. All three are up. They're off. Back to the Australian carry towards the pen. Polly's covering on the outside. So again now, the handler must keep that line they walk on the left-hand side of that course, walking up to the pen. So that's one of the challenges on this course. You go from the New Zealand sections in the middle of the course where you're interacting with the dog, you're actively working the sheep as well, and then back to the Australian carry where you have to keep a lot more still while you're working and let the dog do all the heavy lifting. Jeff's got about 2 minutes to go on his way to the pen. He's got the sheep back on course. They're still having a little trot up the ground. This is the challenge of dog trialling, and this is the top end of it. Just got them settled there as he's approaching the last few metres before the set at the pen. Jeff's at the obstacle. Sheep look like they're in a nice position here. Polly's got them covered on the outside. They're looking in the pen. Just with a bit over a minute to go. Still don't need to rush, but you need to keep concentrating. They're in. Cross the line when Jeff's ready. When he's satisfied the sheep is settled, he'll go for that gate. Just getting Polly in a good position to cover. Jeff's going for the gate now. Lifting it out of the holder. Just close the gate. Great work, team. Great work, Jeff. Great work, Polly. Great work, Queensland.
A great run there from Jeff and Polly.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keep their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
Challenge. So well done to Jeff and Polly. Out next we have Anthony Ireland from South Australia. And Anthony is working a dog called Oak Downs Bin. Anthony is one of our judges here in our Supreme competition that starts on Monday. I believe our judges might be just having a short break, which is perfectly understandable. So the
We're just having a short break in proceedings. Next competitor that will be coming out is Anthony Ireland from South Australia. Our judges are just having a quick break.
The same one's that's the closest one to us.
Which is where?
Over in that corner.
Oh,
Yeah.
So Anthony's making his way out onto the ground now. So Anthony's the next representative for South Australia with his dog Oak Downs Bin. And this will be Anthony's 7th time representing South Australia.
So making his way out now to the casting peg, Mr. Anthony Ireland representing South Australia here in the Gaby Interstate Challenge. Just so you know, South Australia currently hold the title. And a little dog called Bin. We'll hand over back to our judges.
Judges are signalling for the sheep. Anthony and Ben are waiting. They're ready. All we need now is the bell. We're away. Casting the dog out to the right, down the ground.
How's that sound? Yep.
Do you need him for his speakers as well?
No, we've decided not to do that. Yep. So
Bin's just coming
I
around
change my instructions. I
top
still
of the cast.
shut it
Sheepy
down
just
and
had a little
start
look at
it
the
up
dog.
The same way as I was told yesterday. Nothing's changed. Yep. Yep. All right. Thanks very much.
Just got a little fright from the magpies feeding on the ground there as well. Sheep have lightened up a little bit since our first couple of runs this morning. Bin's a fair way off the sheep and is still having an effect moving down the ground towards Anthony. You might also notice Anthony's name in the program for during the week. Anthony's also one of our judges judging the Supreme Championship. It starts tomorrow afternoon around 1 p.m. along with Kenny Robinson from New South Wales. Right now, it's all about Anthony and Bin and the Ted Gaby Challenge representing South Australia.
What's going on?
So for anyone that's just tuned into the live broadcast, welcome aboard to the 2024 High Pro Supreme Australian Championships. What you're watching right now is the Ted Gaby Challenge. This is an interstate challenge with representatives from each state competing for the Ted Gaby Shield. Defending champions of South Australia. One of those team members from last year, Stephen Cross, is also in the team this year. He had a run earlier in the day. So the course we're running on today is the Trans-Tasman course. The Ted Gaby Challenge is run on the Trans-Tasman course.
I believe so. I don't know. Yes, I don't think we're going to have an official break.
So this is a combination of an Australian course and a New Zealand course. So
Do you want me to get some broad
a number of years ago this course was developed. So the first section of the course is cast, lift and draw to get the sheep delivered down the handler, and then they'll proceed on to the first part of the course being the Australian carry. So Anthony has his sheep delivered now and he's starting off towards his first obstacle being the gap. He needs to carry the sheep on his right hand side. Just made a little break outside the course at the moment. Anthony will get Bin to help the sheep back on course and come down the ground towards the gap. Each competitor has 15 minutes to complete the course. Don't get bonus points for completing the course fast. Just need to complete it within the 15 minutes. Sheep are just quietly ducking down the inside of the course behind Anthony. Bin's out to cover that little break. They're just running down off course towards the underside of that gap. Anthony's going to have to work the sheep back up the hill, get them on the right side to negotiate that first obstacle. As Anthony approaches the set, he's just getting Bin to drive the sheep up behind him. He'll send Bin around to cover the sheep on the let out side of the course. That outside sheep still looks like it's considering trying to make a break. They've turned towards the obstacle. They've had a look at that gap. Seem to have relaxed a little bit. They're having a little pick in front of the obstacle now, the sheep. That wind is still up. The Southern Cross windmill in the background starting to operate as well with this wind. They're going through the gap. A little pause. Completed the obstacle. They're making their way onto the drive section. This part of the course, the handler has to also negotiate the obstacle. Anthony's through. He's now on the drive with the sheep and the dog. He's just taking up position on the inside of the course, Anthony has. Sheep are in a nice position, centre ground on the corridor. Just looking towards that outside. Bin has them covered. Still keeping a good position there, moving up to their first obstacle on the New Zealand section, the Maltese Cross. Just a little jog on now. Anthony's just keeping his pace up as well to keep in contact with the sheep. So that ideal drive, you'll have the sheep no further than 15 metres away from you. So Anthony's in the free work area with the sheep now. Just want to get those sheep to look up the obstacle. This is the Maltese Cross, so they need to go away from us as we're looking at it and away from Anthony, straight through the obstacle, and then they'll come back around to our right to negotiate the second half of the obstacle. Two sheep are having a look up. Third sheep still watching bin.
You're getting lots of compliments, guys, about your commentary. You legend, Gibbo, for Jeff. Love Tony, love your...
Nearly had a start in the obstacle. That sheep just rolled around back the outside. It's now the sheep that's innermost at the mouth of the obstacle. Bin's just got to get that sheep turned away and looking up the obstacle. Anthony's holding up his side well. Well done, Anthony. They're just looking out the side exit of the obstacle. Bin's there, got them covered. But they're going to put a bit of pressure on the dog to get them to move forward. Anthony can't move forward of that panel where he's standing now. He can use his body language and movement to help encourage the sheep out. They completed that well. They saved that well, Bin and Anthony from South Australia. Coming around for the second half of the cross. You can see Anthony's got his arms out, just trying to keep those sheep in that good position where they are now. They've had a look down the entrance of that cross. Just a little bit heavy to move in. Three of them are in. Two of them are in, sorry. One just went around the outside. Anthony's got them covered on the bottom side of this second half. So they're stuck in the middle, a bit similar to the first movement. Just getting Bin to go around the outside, cover that bottom edge of the obstacle. The sheep have entered the drive area. You can see now Anthony's just taking his time just to set the sheep before he starts walking off. Sheep just making a little break up the middle of the ground, just on the inside of the course. Sheep are starting to challenge the dog now. Starting to lean on Bin. It's got just a bit over 4.5 minutes to go. There's still enough time to complete the course, but the sheep are going to make it very hard for Anthony and Bin. They're going to challenge them all the way. So he's just working those sheep back on course. And now he's going to help Bin just try and drive those sheep towards the bridge. Remember, this is still a second drive section, so ideal points, sheep in front, dog and handler behind. When we're talking about a drive, what we mean is you're pushing the sheep away, hopefully in the direction you want them to go. So they just turned back on the dog again. Anthony stopped. Now he's just trying to cover this inside line of the course. And Bin is also carrying some of that weight. It's a good finish to that second drive section. You saw Anthony pause there just to that line. Those 3 sheep need to be across the line before he enters that free work area himself, which he did well. Anthony's very experienced. Trying to hold his side of the bridge. Sheep weren't having any of it. There's a little slip from the sheep there. Probably watching the dog instead of where it was going to go. It's got about 3 minutes to go. So Anthony's going to hold that side of the bridge. We'll call it the uphill side. Get Bin to take those sheep around and try and line them up at the mouth of the ramp for the bridge. Anthony did well to hold the sheep. And we can see our inside judge, Mike Depler, his jacket's blowing with that wind, so that wind's picked up again. They're looking up the bridge now. But as they say, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. Up they go. Just a little pause. 1, 2, 3. They're off the bridge. 2 minutes to go. Bin caught the sheep on an anti-clockwise run. Now Anthony's stepping out towards the pen. So no stranger to the pen. He's just got to get there first. Just another little break up the inside. Our 2 judges, Bill Davidson and Mike Depler, concentrating. Mike's aware of his position with the sheep as well, and the action. Does not want to get in the way. Our outside judge, Bill Davidson's in the cart. He's following the action from the fence line as Anthony gets closer to the pen. So he's just approaching the set for the pen. Sheep are just having a pause. And you can see that the dog's working from the inside of the course. There's a lot of weight from the sheep leaning down this way. Just getting behind the shoulder of the sheep, just get them go forward again towards the pen. They still want to make a break up the inside. They're still on course. It's got about 50 seconds to go, so there's a bit of time pressure now. Most of these competitors will be aware of their time. A lot of people carry what we call a talking timer. They clip it to their pocket. They don't need to look at it. It'll be counting down the time. Some people use their watch. Some people don't use a timer at all. Sheep had a little look. Middle sheep's got its head down having a little nibble. Does need to get a wriggle on.
Seconds.
10 seconds to go. They're in the pen. He needs to hurry for this gate. Come on, Anthony.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it doesn't get much closer than that. Unfortunately, that pen won't count. The bell went before the gate was closed. And you can see you need your 15 minutes on these sheep today.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I love High Pro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keep their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like High Pro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of livestock.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind. To keep your dogs healthy and on the go. Beat 'em. High Pro, that's the go.
Whether we're out trialling or when we're working our stock, our dogs need to be in peak physical and mental condition. That's why we feed our dogs High Pro Premium. It has the right balanced formula for active and working dogs to keep them going.
High Pro, that's the go. High Pro, that's the go. Get behind.
Get underway here with Bernard and Talia. Bernard, of course, plenty of experience out there. He and Malcolm Taylor were dominant in the Ted Gaby, having won it 9 times. Bernard represented Australia plenty of times and working his own dog here, McGlashan's Talia. New Zealand heading dog. Bernard himself, of course, was a New Zealander and moved out here to Australia, and these sheep are on the run. Big Weather with his head up high there. He's come right over this side of the arena. Tremendous line of sheep. They are little red tag wethers at 2-year-olds and crutched up beautifully, and haven't been easy here this morning though. They've been light, and that's continuing, of course. Bernard's got in behind them nicely now and delivering them back to the casting ring. Bernard just looking to get a grip on these sheep here. They've had a little bit of a run down the bottom end here, and there's a little bit stirred up. He's just looking to settle them there and the more accepting of the dog. Remembering the top 4 handlers from the Ted Gaby here over the 3 rounds will represent Australia in the Waylago Cup at the end of the week against the New Zealanders. Highest honour you can receive in the sheepdog sport. New Zealanders turning up here on Wednesday, and they'll have a run in the Supreme Australian Championships here before they crack out into the Waylago on Friday. Talia's just got these sheep a little bit settled now. They're just standing and taking a little bit of notice of her there. She's sucked them back onto herself a little bit, and Bernard just taking his time and working his way up there. .5 leads away here in the Ted Gaby. Jeff Gibson's got that with Gibson's Polly. The sheep certainly haven't been easy. It's been difficult to get the pen. It's a fair way around the course here at Geelong. A tremendous course it is, and he's got to keep moving along to get the pen. Remembering 20 points for the pen, so all competitors trying hard to get the 20 at the end. Sheep still not settled. The wind's got up here at Geelong. Bit of a howling wind here now, and windy conditions unsettle the sheep. The sheep here's come back on Talia a couple of times. She's blocked him nicely though and turned him back in the mob there now. Got him going the right way now. Bernard just looking to work the sheep up there to the casting peg and take them round in an anti-clockwise direction on his left as he's looking at the sheep there. Next competitor out is the Victorian Dave Lacey. Dave represented WA, Queensland, and now he's in Victoria and been a great competitor, Dave Lacey. Working his dog, Akuna Blondie. Goes back to one of Dave's original dogs, Pendula Blondie. He's out next, and Bernard's got them where he wants them now on his right-hand hip as he's coming down the ground, but that weather has not surrendered. Put it on Talia there. She gave him a good block, but he went out the back. He's got them back together now, Bernard. Trouble with sheep like this, they're always peeling points off you. Outside the course there, so they'll incur a point penalty there for Bernard. Just working them back onto the course there now. There's that big weather on the outside there again. Still got his head up high. Back on the course and now happy to run across the face and run over on Bernard's side. There's that big weather on the inside again. We'll keep an eye on him, and there he goes, out again, out again. He's leading the way down the ground here. Sheep are settled in a nice spot there, but Bernard's just got to bring them down the ground a little bit and turn them into the gap. Beautiful work from Bernard there. He's got them positioned nicely now with Talia. Sheep are looking. There's that big weather. Point him in the right direction. He's a good leader, but he's happy to run away as well. Lovely bit of work there from Bernard as he makes his way through the gap himself into the New Zealand Drive section down to the Maltese Cross. Plenty of experience in the judging card, of course, with Billy Davison from New South Wales and Michael Deppler from Victoria, judging the Ted Gaby Challenge here today. First round, and there's that big weather. He hasn't given in yet. He's taking Talia right back down to the put away, and now he comes right over on this side here. Come right across the face. Come a long way back, those sheep. Talia's got round behind them now. Talia's got them back together now, just trying to put them back on course and take them down to the Maltese Cross. These sheep aren't easy. Bernard blocks on his side there, straightens the sheep up well. Brings them back over. They're still on course there as they go down the ground. Down towards the Maltese, they're just about in the free work area there. Bernard's just pulled up, just letting things settle a bit, and he wants to turn. There's that big weather. He's still out the lead again, leading the way there. Talia's got the big weather turned around there now. Bernard just going to feather him on the shoulder there and try and get his turned around and looking towards the gap up the Maltese Cross. That weather turned beautifully there, Bernard, as he goes forward himself to block his side. Does it beautifully too, Bernard McGlashan, as he just brings the dog in there now. Talia's going to come in and hold her side up. Lovely bit of work from Bernard McGlashan there, straight down the middle of the Maltese. Oh, they've turned and gone to the right, but Talia right there to block. Lovely bit of work from Talia. Bernard's going to go up his side. Just got to get the sheep settled and put them straight through the middle. Oh, no, they've come out the side. Bernard's got to bring them round again and do it again. And the big weather's on the gallop again. Talia's going to bring the sheep round again now. Bernard waits on his side. Unfortunate there for Bernard as they snuck up out on the left-hand branch of the Maltese. This time Bernard gets some shape back up around the side here now. Just waiting for them to settle now. They're in front of the Maltese Cross for Bernard. He brings up that third sheep from behind, does a bit of block on his side. Down the middle they go, straight down the middle this time, Bernard. He takes Talia right around and brings them right around now. He'll have to bring them round on the clockwise side and put them straight through the middle of the cross. Time ticking away here. It'll be the enemy for Bernard in the end. Got about 5 minutes left to run. Bernard's got his block up there now. He's just going to turn these sheep down to the left, and there they go, straight through the middle of the Maltese Cross and straight out the other end. Lovely bit of work from Talia and Bernard there as they make their way down to the bridge. Just wait for things to get out in front of him there, Bernard, before he moves forward. Just got to get Talia, get that big weather turned around. There he is again on the outside, the big sheep. Now Bernard's got them going the right way as they go down, so he's got them on his left hand side there. Bernard got them shaped up beautifully as Talia comes forward there now. Bring those sheep down towards the bridge. Talia's done a great job to get these sheep round. They've been very light and tricky ever since they were picked up, and she's got them in hand still very light. Bernard just blocking, turning back on his side. There's that big wether. He's at the back there now, looking out as he comes up on the inside. Bernard marching them down towards the bridge. Not a lot of time left for Bernard here now. He's got 3 minutes if he can get him over the bridge. He's a shot at the pen. There's that big sheep comes out again. He hasn't surrendered since he started. Right up the side they go. Lovely bit of work from Bernard. He's put them straight up the mouth of the bridge. Straight up the back. Lovely positioning there from Bernard McGlashan and Talia. 1, 2, 3. They're all through now. Bernard, time ticking away. He's got about 2.5 to make it to the pen. Just going to position Talia right now. He's on the move there, Bernard. He'll be fully aware of the time. Bernard McGlashan, plenty of experience there in the handler as they come on down there, back on the Australian course, and they're heading for the pen. Talia's got them straightened out there now. Bernard's going to step along and catch up to his sheep. There's that big wether on the outside, still got his head up, he hasn't put it down all day. Talia's done a beautiful job here as they're bringing them forward now. They're about halfway to the pen here. The sheep are just getting a little bit of a trot up, and Talia comes around, picks them up on the head there, controls them beautifully. Right on the shoulder there she is as she goes back now as Bernard goes past. Bernard making his way to the pen. Still got enough time to put them in if they'll go straight in. Bernard, he's got them positioned beautifully. Just shaping up there, lovely. Ooh, they're right on the outside edge of the pen there, and Bernard's going to go round and block the gate on the far side with Talia. Puts them back this side. Lovely turn back from Bernard there as he's got them right in the mouth of the pen. Just going to settle now, Bernard, and make sure of it. 1, 2, 3, they're all in. Straight in behind goes Bernard McGlashan, brings the gate around. Talia's right there with him. Shut the gate, Bernard. That's time, and a good pen for Bernard with a tough run. Dave Lacey's our next competitor with a Kuna Blondie. Dave had Pendulum Blondie, now he's got a descendant of hers, a Kuna Blondie. Kuna being Dave's prefix. The sheep have been released and it's a beautiful put out too.
I'm going to take this opportunity to go for a little walk to the girls' room.
Dave lets Blondie go. Down this right hand side here, and she's casting out beautifully.
Yep.
Closest one will be the one up past our bed. I reckon. Yeah,
Dave's got Blondie in a beautiful position there, right behind the sheep. Beautiful contact with them, just making them come forward there now. Getting them off their dunghill down the bottom end here and making his way up to the casting peg. Sheep are coming down. Dave down there, Dave working Victoria today. Spent most of his life in WA and repped over there and moved to Queensland. He's been the Queensland president, the Australian Association president, given a lot back to dog trialling, Dave, and working out here again the Ted Gaby with a Kuna Blondie. Sheep are coming down beautifully there. Sheep in the middle there's got his head a bit high, but Blondie right onto him there, and Dave's kept him in the middle and kept him coming down the ground. A lovely line of weathers here. Haven't been easy here this morning, but they've been workable. Dave's got them delivered, just going to work them round the anti-clockwise side of him there on his left, looking at them and bring them around. Covers up nicely on the inside there. Blondie and Dave's got them in a beautiful position. He sent Blondie right around the outside to shut that gate for them there. The sheep are going to make their way down the ground. They're keen to come home. Dave right in front of them, got them blocked up. Dave blocks the gate, takes the bitch right across the face. Just come inside Dave's line there a little bit, but still got hold of them there, Dave, as he's making his way down towards the gap. Sheep have gone just back on the inside there on Dave now as Blondie goes right around the outside. Remembering every time the sheep get outside the 9 metre corridor, it's costing the competitor points. Now Dave's got them back on course, heading down to the gap. Dave keeping Blondie out in front of the sheep here on the way down the ground. The sheep have had a tendency to run down the ground back towards the put away, and Dave's chosen to put Blondie out in front. Just comes round behind now to keep them marching down towards the gap. Just ducked in behind Dave there, but Blondie right in front of them. Wind's got up here at Geelong. The sheep have got a little bit light, but Still workable. Bona McGlashan just putting him in the pen with Talia, the run before. Dave's in the ring there now as he works the sheep down and looking to put them through the gap. Dave's got them positioned nicely there. They tried to come past the end of the gap, but Blondie right onto them there, and Dave's got them blocked up here on the bottom side of the obstacle here as he's just going to turn them round and show them the gap. He's got a couple looking through the gap, and he's got one looking back as Blondie comes in. It's a bit of pressure on that inside sheep there and just rolls it round the outside. Brings them round beautifully there, Dave. Gives them every opportunity to see the gap and sheep are looking back at the dog. Dave's got to get them turned around and looking towards the gap. This time they're going to turn, but the sheep come out around the outside. Blondie comes right around. Dave's got them blocked there. They didn't quite get around behind Dave there. They've just come back a little way, the sheep. This time Dave's got them, but they've come down and they've come right round the end of the obstacle. Be a loss of points there for Dave as they come round in front of the obstacle without going through the gap, and he brings them back now. Dave, of course, able to bring those sheep back through the gap. So long as the last sheep clears the line of the gap, he's allowed to turn them round and put them back through, but he's chose to bring them round the end of the obstacle. Just going to work them back now, but all the sheep have gone back round behind the obstacle again. Got them all on the right side this time, Dave. Turning round, looking at the gap. Just going to move Blondie in there beautifully, Dave, and he puts them through the gap there nicely. Dave himself going to move down now and follow the sheep through the gap, and of course we're in the New Zealand drive section again now. Sheep are in a good position there to start as Dave takes his side on the left and Blondie's got the right covered. Heading down towards the Maltese cross. Dave just got the sheep blocked up there. He's looking to move them forward, but one sheep's having a good look at Blondie. Just went in and applied a bit of pressure to him nicely and moved him off there. Dave's going to step up on his side there and block on the left, and Blondie's got the right covered. Sheep straight up the middle of the drive. Dave's got the sheep travelling beautifully now, going to line them up straight through the middle of the Maltese. Dave's got his side covered. He's just going to step the sheep up over that white marker there and be in the free work area, as we call it. Dave can work, and then the sheep have come forward there now. Oh, they've just come around the outside of the cross. Blondie's got them blocked up there, though. He's just got to turn them back, Dave. Put them down the mouth of the cross. Just dropping a bit of pressure off Dave on his side there. Give the sheep somewhere to go. As Blondie comes in, turns that sheep back around. This time, Dave's got them beautifully up the middle of the Maltese cross. Sheep have had a tendency to try and go left and right there in the middle, but Dave's got them covered. And oh, no, they've just come up the right-hand side. Dave's got his side, Blondie's on hers. Dave can't go any further forward than that corner that he's in there now. Bring Blondie straight in the end of the Maltese cross. Sheep looking to go down the side there. Just going to back him out of there. Dave backs away. Get a lovely bit of work from Dave Lacey there as he backed away. Gave the sheep somewhere to go, and Blondie's put them through the end. He's just going to pick those sheep up there now and bring them round on the clockwise side and straighten them up and put them straight through the middle of the cross. Coming round nicely there, Dave, now as he's got sheep blocked up nicely. Brings them back onto the Maltese cross there. Straight down the middle, Dave Lacey. Lovely bit of work there as he's come straight through the middle of the cross. Straight out the other side, and he'll be heading to the bridge. Dave takes up a position. Putting the sheep on his left-hand side there as he's going to drive down towards the bridge. Blocked his side beautifully there, Dave, and Blondie doing her job here on this side. Dave straighten them up there, Blondie. Move up here now. Got 15 minutes to complete the course, and time ticking away on Dave. It's a fair way round, and with the pen being worth 20 points at the end, it's crucial for competitors to get to the pen and shut the gate. But Dave's in a good position here. If he can get them looking up the bridge and put them over, he'll have plenty of time to put them in the pen. Beautiful work there from Dave. He's put them in at the base of the bridge there now. Blondie's just going to move up on them. The sheep have been taking the bridge well here this morning. These ones are on the ramp. Blondie's moving in. Up on the Dog Pro ramp, and 1, 2, 3, they're all over. Back on the Australian course now as we head down the 9 metre lane heading over to the pen. Little sheep just jumped out there, but Blondie's got him back together there now. Sheep are travelling beautifully here for Dave now, just rolling his right hand hip there as he comes down. About halfway across to the pen with a bit over 2 minutes to go. Sheep haven't been easy here at the pen, and Dave will be looking to put them in first go. They've got a habit of going round the outside of the pen, but Dave will be onto that as he takes Blondie right round the outside there now. Catches them right on the far side. Lovely bit of work from Dave and Blondie there as he brings them back around now. Just lets things settle. He's got them in a great spot to put them in the pen there, Dave. He's just got to turn their heads for home. 2 minutes to go. He's got plenty of time. Just going to let things settle there, Dave. The sheep are looking and doing the right thing for him here as Blondie steps up onto the shoulder of that sheep there and rolls him round the back. Nice work, Dave, as he caught the lead sheep there again and turned him back. Think they're in the pen there now, Dave. Blondie stands guard out the front. Dave leaves the ring, grabs hold of the gate, brings it round, and another successful run for Dave Lacey and Akuna Blondie.
We've got Grant Cook from Grass Valley in Western Australia, just stepped up to the peg and his sheep are out on the mark. Oh, I don't know, there must be some little problem. Dave's walked away from the...
We did. You didn't hear it.
Just sorting out the bell. Sheep are grazing out here nicely for him.
We're starting again.
We're going to restart the time. Grant stepped back up to the peg. Sheep are still standing there nicely. There's time. Grant's got 15 minutes from now. Bluey represented at Campbelltown, represented Australia in 2021. Might have been 2022. Bluey's just starting the lift now. Come from Grass Valley near Northam in Western Australia. They do plenty of stock work, Grant's sheep dogs. The wind's starting to whistle a bit at the moment, but Bluey's got settling these sheep down. Grant will be pleased. The sheep are looking at Bluey at this stage. I'll just find out a bit of information on Bluey.
Jim, don't have any. Won't be there because he was going to work. He was going to be calmer.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to wing it on Bluey because we've got information on a different dog. But Bluey's is his most successful dog trialling over the last 3 or 4 years in Western Australia. He doesn't take any nonsense. They've been delivered now, which was round behind Grant, and he stepped away from the casting peg and moving down towards the gap. Sheep have been a bit tricky doing this, but Bluey's got them settled down and they're not taking off. And Bluey's just sort of taking the head off them there a bit and settling them down, and the sheep will think that there's 2 or 3 dogs there because Bluey's everywhere at this stage, and that's tying them up a bit. Grant's had a very successful line of dogs and started out with Grass Valley Lisa back around 2004-05, and Bluey would be a descendant of Lisa. Lisa represented Western Australia and Australia, and then her son Moss did, and after Moss, his daughter Grass Valley Sky. And I would think that Bluey is probably out of a Moss bitch. Sheep are coming down nicely, well, coming down on course. Bluey's quite busy. Bluey's pulled them up there near the gap. Grant steps into the ring. He's now got the sheep in a lovely position. Bluey has, and starting to got them looking. Did have them looking at the gap. They've got to go through the gap, followed by Grant. Just rolling them around. Here they go. They're going through now. Grant will step out of the ring, go through, and you put Bluey out on the right-hand side. This is a New Zealand section of our Trans-Tasman course where you drive the sheep. You try and drive them up the middle of the course, but you do whatever you have to. The handler does their side, and Grant successfully blocked those sheep there now, and they've got them in the centre of the course. Grant's very experienced handler. At this level, he's represented Western Australia numerous times, and he's represented Australia about, I think, 7 times with that same family, Grass Valley family. They're just approaching the free working area. They've gone in now. The handler can't go into the free working area until all the sheep have crossed that line, and then the handler must get in there. And they can move backwards and forwards here and hold up their side, whereas in the drives the handler cannot step backwards and is not supposed to do 50% or more of the work. But in here it's important that you do your side. Grant just slipped up there. The sheep have gone in. One sheep wanted to come out his side, so he slipped up there and blocked it. And they're going through now quite nicely. They've got to be brought around in a clockwise direction and enter the cross where Bluey just was, basically. Bluey's a very busy dog compared to some of the others we've been watching, and the sheep have accepted her quite well. They'll be wondering how many dogs are out there because Bluey's everywhere. And it's working a treat at this stage. That's the cross, and Grant's off. He's hit top gear, but that wasn't quite enough. A lot better than my top gear. So Bluey's come out to lock him up. They're both in a bit of a hurry. There's Grant, he's off now. He got there this time. Bluey's going to keep him up to him. Now they're into the free working area at the bridge, pointing straight up the bridge. I think this sheep's waved the white flag and decided we'll go. We've seen enough dogs out here for the time. Grant leaves the free working area and he's on his way now to the pen. I think this is a fairly fast time, like his fellow West Australian. He went around very quickly too, but Ken had trouble with the pen, which getting there with 6 or 7 minutes to go is good, but it's also bad if you can't get them in because it gives you a lot of time to reel your points off. But Bluey's on the job. Just done a full circle of them there to show them that plenty of dogs out there. Got them walking along now on course. Got a mile of time. So Grant's going to put Bluey out around to the back of the pen. And they've seen a dog there, so they'll realise that that's probably not an option to go there. Well, that's what Grant's hoping anyway. Because they've already seen Bluey there. They've seen Bluey in a lot of places, so now they're just watching Bluey, deciding what the next plan of attack is. They're not as keen to go around the back of the pen as some of the other sheep have been. They had a go there, but the sheep failed, and Bluey's come around in an anti-clockwise direction and stopped them coming past between Grant and the end of the gate. So Bluey's blocked them on both sides. Be interesting now to see what they reckon. Yes, they've waved the white flag and they've gone in. And I think they'll be happy to stay in there because they don't really want to engage Bluey anymore. Grant stepped out of the ring and there he goes. got the gate closed. Congratulations. Plenty of time left.
Minutes left, yeah.
And they had plenty of time. They can go around again if they want to, I think. And if it was the same 3 sheep, they'd do it very willingly in the balance of the 15 minutes originally allocated.
Time to spare there, time to spare for Grant and Bluey.
That's the go.
Oh, I love Hypro Premium because it's just great nutrition for the dogs and gives them plenty of stamina for their work on the farm and keep their coats and everything else in great condition. Quality food like Hypro Premium ensures sustained energy levels for efficient handling of life.
You get to announce that.
Mick and Rabbit, the bell has just gone for them. A very experienced combination, having represented Australia at Campbelltown in that winning team. Rabbit's cast out well to the head of the cast. The sheep are looking at her. Been a very successful trial dog, as well as part of Mick's team that do livestock work on goats and sheep for him and Carolyn around Dubbo. Rabbit's walking these sheep up nicely now.
We'll be stopping for lunch around 1 o'clock. We've got
Another 5 to go over this.
yeah, so 6 down on this one.
Rabbit's bringing these sheep up nicely. Got them walking up there. One of them there is starting to feed. Shows that they're quite relaxed. They're not feeling intimidated by Rabbit. And that's a lot better than having them running. It's very hard to work sheep nicely when they turn their backside on the dog and run away. I got the score for Grant Cook and Grass Valley Bluey was
78.5.
78.5. That's another good score today,
Puts him in second.
which puts them in second at this stage. Rabbits just bring those sheep up to Mick there. They've got to go round in an anti-clockwise direction. After they cross the balance point between Mick and, can't see it from here, but one of the judges, he's then free to leave and walk down to the, he's definitely free to walk down to the gap now. He must maintain a consistent speed on his way down, which is second nature to these top trialers. Sheep are just off course a little bit there now, but they're not upset. They're walking back on course, having a pick. Rabbits just standing there, letting them walk. They're walking on course, walking nicely. Rabbit's won nearly everything there is to win, or Mick and Rabbit. She's been his top dog for quite a few years. I'm pretty sure she's by Makara Ed, bred by the late Malcolm Taylor. And the MGH prefix is owned by Mick and Carolyn Hudson from Yumunjeri, and prior to that from out around Cobar. Mick's been in the game, in the pastoral game for a long time. He was placed when he was in his teens at a Supreme at Werribee in 1992. At that stage, I think he was shearing for a living. They had to give it away for a while, but he'd always had dogs, good station dogs. Now these sheep are set up beautifully in front of the gap. Had a look, and they're on their way. You'll notice the contrast in styles between Rabbit and Bluey. Rabbit's got these sheep walking along beautifully. Just walking down the centre of the drive course there. This is a beautiful drive. All three sheep there having a pick as they go. If all three of the handler, sheep and dog, are not moving, there is a points deduction, but that's certainly not happened in this drive. The handler can't get in front of the sheep in the drive, and the handler can't step back, and also the handler can't step outside that marked course. If they do any one of those three things, is a 4-point deduction, and it's a 15-point section. This course is sectionalised, so it's quite a considerable deduction. Rabbit's got these sheep lined up, looking straight down the first section of the Maltese cross. They've just turned out and looked at her there. Mick's now in the free working area, and he's free to move around whichever way he wants to. He can step backwards or forwards, step in. He can't go past the other section of the cross, the section that looks straight back up to the bridge. He can go up to those panels, and he can't put his hands or arms over the panels without losing points, and he hasn't had to. Look at these sheep, they're just, Rabbit's got them on a string. They're still on course there as defined by the markers. This is a very good run so far, but I don't want to put the mocker on him because it's not over till the gate's shut. He got mile of time. He's got about 8 minutes still to go. And so time won't be a worry to him at all. Mick's put Rabbit over onto the left-hand side or the inside of the course, because that's where the sheep have been tending to hang. They've their mates are over on a line through Rabbit over to the left back rear, so that they'd head back there given an opportunity. Mick's just walking up there. Rabbit's doing a great job walking along. If the dog goes to the head, there's a points deduction. Sometimes you've got to get your dog go to the head because they're just disappearing, and you've got to pull them up, and you spend a penny to save a pound. Now the sheep are into the free working area. Mick steps in, and he's just trotting up there on his side to make sure they don't go around the outside of the bridge. Just letting things settle here. They're having a pick. As a handler, it's great to see your sheep having a pick, but you don't want them to get stuck to the ground, because if they concentrate too much on eating, they sometimes forget where your dog is, and then they get a fright when they see the dog and get jumpy, and they can take off or be a bit more difficult. Now, Mick's chosen to swap Rabbit's sides there, which is quite okay, because 98% of her trialling she does on that side of Mick, on his right hand side, so he's put her back where she's comfortable. They've got them looking up the bridge now. Up they go. If necessary, Mick's put Rabbit up there and they've just walked off. Very good work. Now, once Mick moves, he's got to keep moving or else there'll be points deducted. So he stood there until he's satisfied that Rabbit's got him under control. And I'd venture to say he's probably got 6.5 minutes or something like that left to go. He's got 5.5, which is plenty of time to get him in and plenty of time to lose points if they refuse to go in. But they're so well settled, I don't think that should be a problem. But you never know, because you watch football or anything like that and you see someone going to kick a goal, and how often does the commentator put the mocker on them? You know, they just say, oh, he hadn't missed a shot in his last 10 goes, and that's the one they will miss. But these sheep, they're just picking their way along on course there. They like this white dog. She's very kind, soft moving, but got enough presence for these sheep to get them, for them to do what she wants them to. They just moved to the outside of the course there. Mick's about to step into the ring. Mick steps into the ring, and Rabbit's got these sheep beautifully placed. Sheep are walking up towards mouth of the pen, walking in nicely. They're not in yet, but they've walked to where they are beautifully. One just had a little go, but it was only half, wasn't fair dinkum, because that sheep expected to be blocked by Rabbit. They're in now. Mick steps out of the ring, picks up the gate, which I believe is quite heavy. I haven't tried it. And give him a big hand. That's a great run. I'd say that'll probably get to the lead. That's Mick Hudson and MGH Rabbit.
Well done to Mick Hudson and MGH.
Sheep have come out now for Bailey and Ron. Time, judges have signalled time, and Ron's casting out to Bailey's right. Sheep have moved up a little bit off the mark, but they're quite settled. Bailey's one of our young handlers in this game, going extremely well. He comes from Toowoomba and Dalby. He's got a block at Dalby and he's brought up in Toowoomba. Been trialling for 8 or 9 years. I haven't got the info in front of me, but it's approximately that. He's won numerous open trials with Ron, and he's won the Queensland Championships last year with Ron, and he won it this year with one of his other dogs. He's got quite a few good dogs. Yeah, he won it with Mel Nunny Duncan this year. Now this sheep's just having a good look at Ron at the moment. Ron's just moving in quietly. He's quite a smooth working dog. They've just turned and trotted off him. Bailey's put Ron around onto the clockwise side just to steady him, but this sheep's braking, going up a bit, but Ron stopped him from getting wound up. They've got to come in on Bailey's left as he looks down the ground and around behind him. If they come in on his right and come around, they've got to be unwound back onto the course and then negotiate the casting peg, which is effectively a winding peg. Bailey's just got Ron holding there, settling these sheep down. He's trying to introduce Ron to the sheep and get them to trust him, like they trusted Rabbit.
Can't do anything about the buzzer.
Still a little bit jumpy. One sheep there, he just broke, but Ron was there to cover him.
No, I can't because it's not on the lead.
The sheep have been delivered now.
Yep. All I could do is get Denise when I ring the bell to just say bell on the radio, and so the judges know the bell is gone. That's the best we could do.
Bailey's stepped away from the casting peg now. He just got
Baz, while
Ron.
I've got you, we're going through to the end of round one, then we're going to have a lunch break.
He wanted Ron to settle his sheep down a little bit and stop them racing away, which he's done successfully. But one of these sheep still not, the leader's still not really happy, and unfortunately one of the others has broken off the back and headed towards a pen, which makes it a bit more difficult, makes it very difficult to be tidy at this stage. Ron's got the sheep back on course now. Last year Bailey represented Queensland at Strathalbyn with the Mel Nunny Duncan. This is his second time representing Queensland, and I'm quite sure with the dogs that he's got, it won't be the last. Last year Bailey represented with Duncan, as I said previously, and won the Queensland State Championships with Ron. This time they've reversed their roles. He's representing with Ron, Knight's Ron, bred by his father, Barry Knight, and he won the state championships with Mel Nunny Duncan. He'd possibly prefer to be working Duncan under these conditions, but Ron won the right to represent Queensland, so you've got to go with that dog. Sheep just pushed out here a little bit onto Ron, and this lead sheep's still not as happy with Ron as Rabbit's sheep were, which is not surprising. Rabbit has a wonderful effect on sheep, and there's probably no other dog that has a better effect on sheep. A few might have a similar effect sometimes, but none would have a better effect. Sheep still looking back over his shoulder at Ron and turned to face him. He's feeling threatened a little bit by Ron, so he's decided not to move off him too much. But what happens is once they do, the survival mechanism of flight comes in, so they run, and that was never, and it didn't happen with Rabbit. They didn't feel the necessity, they didn't feel threatened enough to run or to fight, but they did feel, they felt Rabbit enough to respect her and to move off her. And the score indicates that. I think it was 92.25, which is the top score by probably 11 or 12 points. And that's not surprising. Rabbit's over the last 4 or 5 years been the best trial dog in Australia on most sorts of sheep. Well done to Ron and Bailey. They've got these sheep through the gap and they're going nearly straight down the course. Bailey's catching up. If they get more than a set of markers in front of you, there'll be points deducted by the judges. The judges are going along on the side, keeping an eye on that. And if they stop or come back, Bailey has to stop, because if he doesn't, there's points deducted for him being in front of the sheep. But he won't make that mistake now. There's a bit of deduction there where that sheep's just run off course, and that's because he still hasn't really accepted Ron. He's not happy with Ron. He feels threatened by him, so he's fronting up to him. Now that sheep's come round behind Bailey, but he's not allowed to move backwards. Well, he can, but it'll cost him 4 points. So he doesn't do that. Ron's got to bring him back up, which he's done. Now they're into the free working area and Bailey steps in, and he can step backwards and forwards and whatever. But once they enter the Maltese cross, he can't be in front of the lead sheep. Good work. They've gone into the cross now. Moved through nicely. Bailey sent Ron around anti-clockwise to bring these sheep back. He didn't send him the other way, but he didn't want the sheep to scarf it over towards the judge in the golf buggy there, who's Bill Davidson. He didn't want to give him any incentive to run. And Ron's got him nicely, brought him around. They just snuck off course there for a points deduction. Not a lot of room there. In they go. Great work by Ron and Bailey. Now, Bailey and Ron can take up their side prior to that white marker he just walked over without any deduction. So Bailey's taken up the right-hand side and put Ron on the inside, because the sheep want to come back here towards our judge, Mike Deppler from Victoria, who's in the middle there. I mean, they don't want to go to him, but that's where they're leaning, because their mates are over here behind us, behind Mike. So dog can keep the weight a lot better than the handler, because the dog's permitted to go backwards and forwards and in and out. Sheep's just looking back at Ron at the moment, and Bailey's just encouraging the sheep to turn. They've got them moving again nicely. One there having a pick, which is a good sign that they've settled down a bit. They're nearly over the free working area line. Once they're there, Bailey's got to step into the free working area, which you want to do anyway, and then he's free to hold up his side like he was doing at the cross. Bailey's done the same as Mick there. He's swapped side with Ron once they got in the free working area, and he's put Ron back where he's extremely comfortable working on the right-hand side. Because that's what we do in our normal trials, and we do normal trials 99 or more % of the time. Straight over the bridge, and Bailey's just standing until he gets them set up. Ron's gone round the front to bring them back on course.
4 minutes?
He's got 4 minutes to go, which is enough time if things go right, and too long if things go wrong. Sheep's having a pick again now, which is good. Bailey be pleased to see that. And they're just walking on course, or walking down the course there now. He sent Ron around in a clockwise direction. I think they might have just snuck off course there, but not much damage done. Probably only a point, something like that. In the Australian sections, you lose points 1+ at a time, but in the 2 drive sections, you can lose half a point if it's a little bit untidy. If it's not perfect, basically. And you can lose a lot more if it goes to custard. But you only lose them in single units. In the 3 Australian sections, being the cast, lift and draw, the carry to the gap, and the carry from the bridge to the pen. Bailey's just getting Ron to bring them up, because if they're left too far behind, there'll be a points deduction. Or that sheep, he's still not a happy little Vegemite. He's shot out and round the pen there, which will be a deduction, and he's encouraged his mates to come with him. One of them says, I'd rather have a feed. Ron's about a 6-year-old dog, roughly. He's only a young dog, hadn't started his trialling career in 2019 when he was out in Western Queensland at Winton. Been very successful over the last 3 years, really. Bailey's just working them up there nicely now. Ron was 3rd in the Queensland Championships last week. He'll have to get a wriggle along here. No, that same sheep it'll be. Oh no, it isn't. I think the sheep that's been causing him a lot of the grief standing in the pen with his head up. Each time they go around the pen, there's a points deduction. We've got 2 minutes to go. And Bailey's, he'll know the time. He's a very calm worker, so he'll just settle these sheep down again in front of the pen and poke them in, if that's possible, and it is. Ron's blocked him from going round the outside there. Got him in a good spot now. The wind's still gusting, but Ron's got these sheep under control. They're having a look, trying to work out if there is an escape route and whether it's worth trying. Yes, that sheep had a go, but Ron was there to block him, but it then did a 180 and shot around the pen.
30 seconds left.
Now the time's getting a little bit tight now. That sheep, it's not a little happy little Vegemite. The one that's given him most of the trouble has delegated that responsibility to that sheep that darted around the pen the last 2 times. The big sheep with his head up with the darker tip, he's the one that was causing the trouble earlier on. And they've shot around That all they're doing is taking points at the moment. The Rotters. That's time. Bad luck. Give him a big hand. That's Bailey Knight and Nitron from representing Queensland.
Well, they didn't. I don't know if they're chatting. Here come the sheep. Oh, sheep. The judges haven't even got the flag up yet.
That's time now for
They heard it.
Charlie Parker and Ben Simmons. He's first time representing South Australia. A younger handler with I'm told, a very good young dog. And Charlie Parker's got around behind him. This year, for the first time, we're trying a 1-year trial of having 3 state reps instead of the usual 2. It'll be letting young fellas like Ben have a crack before, and get some experience at this level. And also, we're hoping that it might strengthen the Australian team because of the added competition of 18 instead of 12 handlers. We've got some very experienced handlers who are the third choice or third pick getting in. Going around now, these sheep haven't settled yet for Charlie Parker, so Ben will try and get them settled. It's a pretty nerve-wracking experience representing your state for the first time. So Ben will probably find it easier for his second and third run. And Charlie's got these sheep pulled up now. And Ben, I think, is a third generation Simmons representing sheepdog trialer, and the Simmons family have run sheepdog trials for over 40 years in South Australia, over on the Eyre Peninsula, Baskerville and Maitland, etc. And Ben's father, Merv, has been president on at least 2 occasions of the South Australian Working Sheepdog Association, and is an esteemed open judge state of championships and champion of champions. Ben's just keep settling these sheep down as best he can, hoping that they'll accept Charlie Parker and walk quietly down to the gap. He's got him round behind him a bit more now, and they're standing looking at him. You can't be neat and tidy if they won't look at your dog. It's all catch up. Yeah, that's a lot better now. He's got Charlie round the front of him, and they were starting to respect him and not feel too threatened. As you can see, we've got all colours in our Border Collies and our Kelpies too. We've got red and white here of Charlie Parker. We had basically white with Rabbit and white with blue spots with Bluey. And then we've got the classic black and white dogs, and we've had black and tan Kelpie. And you can have red Kelpies. Yep. Antonia Simmons is telling her father what to do. Go, Dad. Good to have the family support. Sheep have settled down now. So Charlie and Ben have done a good job. Well, doing a good job, and there's still a bit to go, but if you can get them walking, you can see what can be done with them, with the likes of how Rabbit walked them around. But also got to remember, she's at the top of the tree in this game, and the rest of us can't all get that sort of result too often. But this is a great experience for Ben and for Richard Davies from Victoria. I've just ducked it round on the inside there of the gap. He can either bring them back around this right-hand end through the middle, or around on his left, or even between Ben and the panel if that's where they choose to go. And they've got to go through the gap from this side, and after that Ben will be walking through the gap. And another thing, notice with Charlie Parker, long-haired Border Collie. Some of our Border Collies from the north are short-haired and shiny, but I'm pretty sure that these longer-haired dogs wouldn't feel the cold as much as our fine-coated northern dogs. So that's a big plus. I'm not sure of the breeding of Charlie Parker, but I'm pretty sure that Mike Depler started out with Victorian bloodlines. The prefix that the dog has tells you who owned the bitch at the time that the pups were born. So Depler's Charlie Parker was bred by Mike Depler. It doesn't mean that the sire is owned by Mike, but at that time Mike obviously owned the dam or mother of Charlie Parker. All breeders in Australia have got a registered prefix, so it makes it easy to trace pedigrees. And now with Pedigree Point and some of those online pedigrees with the state registrars getting online, it's become a lot easier to check on bloodlines, check on pedigrees, especially the ones that you're interested in. Charlie's just easing these sheep back quietly towards the gap, which is good. There's no use having them scarfing it round and round, because that makes it very difficult to do anything with them. Just about got them through. You just got to bring that last one through. There they are. Turns them around and away they go. Good work. Ben walks through the gap Well, Charlie, he says, calls him back over on this side because they do tend to lean towards a let out. Ben's just going to walk up there quietly. He doesn't want to get in front of the sheep, but he's got to be up close enough to stop him going out on his side. They're just breaking away a little bit there now. There'll be a few points deduction, but you can only think of the future. You can't worry about what's happened. You can't change that. All it can do is irritate you. So, yeah, you've got to have plan A. You start with plan A and you go to plan B, plan C. When you're doing Trans-Tasman courses, you've got to be thinking on your feet all the time and on the run, because there's so much you can and can't do. In the drive sections, you can really help your dog. And then when you get into the final section, and if time's getting a bit short, you're inclined to keep helping your dog because you have been for the last two sections, and you've got to put your hand in your pocket. Got him through there nicely. Ben just called Charlie around. Charlie's got around, locked him up, stopped, give him time to settle. You've got to put them through from roughly where they are now. They may be a little bit far over. Ben's got to block his side. He just two broke away, came through on his side. He can't swap over to the other side on this second entrance. He's got to stay where he is in that. Oh dear, that's wrong. That's inexperience. When things start going wrong out here, it's hard to remember where you should be. I've seen that happen at test level. Now he's come back onto the right side. Getting them nicely set up there now. These sheep are fairly human friendly. They're quite happy to duck around you, come up to you, duck between you and the obstacle. Whereas if they were a bit more bomby of the handler, they wouldn't come on your side so much. But well done, they've got them through there. Charlie's just flipping around. Ben's going to do what most people have done and take up the right-hand side. We've got 5 minutes to go, so Ben will be keen to keep these moving. That's enough time if it goes well. Miles of time if it goes well, but you can't. You've mostly got to hasten slowly. The more you push along, normally the more trouble you get into. Although the temptation's there to push along. And the incentive here to push along is the last section is 30 points, which is the most points of any section. The first section, 25. Then you've got 3 by 15, and then 30 to get home. So in the back of your mind, you're trying hard to get home. If you get across from the bridge to the pen and step into that ring at the pen, there's 10 points there. And if you haven't lost any on the way over, you retain those 10 points, provided you don't run off 30 at the pen. But if you lose them all on the way over, or you don't get there, you've done 30 points from the section. Very nice work there. Charlie's got them up on the bridge. Now, that didn't take long, so they've still got plenty of time. Ben's on his way to the pen. Charlie's working nicely. Got him back on course. If they go into the pen, which they're unlikely to do before Ben gets there, he's got to step in the ring and then he can step out and shut the gate. He's got 3 minutes, which is enough time, especially if the sheep stays fairly settled down. And of course this is a section that Charlie's used to working, and he's actually used to having the gate further open, so to speak, in line with the entrance. So he's just got to adjust to having the gate on the angle, but he'd probably find that easier. He hadn't got to do quite as much work. Ben's not far away now from stepping into the ring at the pen. Charlie's just bringing these sheep up. Ben's stepped into the ring. It's slightly different for him too, of course, because he's used to the gate being further around. These sheep tried to go around the outside. Charlie stopped, blocked them there, but they slipped across on the inside, but not a lot of damage done. He's got them pulled up there now. You can see all the flags, state flags, and blowing in the wind there behind Ben and Charlie. Quite breezy here today, which upsets your sheep a little bit too. But we work in rain, hail and sunshine, basically, windy still. We can't control the weather, never will be able to, so we've got to work with it. Oops, I just ducked around there. They're not worried about humans, and they've just ducked there between Ben and the gate very comfortably. Ben sent Charlie clockwise around to pull him up.
1 minute.
About a minute left. He's just pushing them down the gate now. They're in a pretty good position. I've had a look in, and they're in. So Ben's going to step out now. Charlie's holding there, and he said to Ben, "You got to shut the gate." Well done to Ben Simmons and Depless Charlie Parker. The bell's rung, and Nolan's Digger, a West Australian bred dog, is on his cast now. He's cast out to the right. Martin and Digger finished second in the individual section of the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge at Strathalbyn last year. Martin purchased this dog from Jenny Nolan, and I think he's by Grass Valley Moss, or if he's not, his mother is anyway. A lot of dog there, so Martin will be attempting to keep him off so that he doesn't intimidate the sheep too much early. Digger's been a very successful dog in Tasmania. the sheep are just trotting up there at the moment. They'd prefer to go up and talk to Martin than talk to Digger. And they're heading up there towards the fence. And Martin's just keeping Digger right off him. The sheep are going to go up and talk to the judge by the look of things. See if you like us, they reckon. They've headed over on the fence, which is always a very awkward position to be in. At this stage, I just want to get away from Digger. I think he was born on Anzac Day. I think that's where he got his name from. He's been very successful for Martin in state championships and that sort of thing. Martin's had a very successful year in Tasmania. I think he had the first 2 dogs in the consistency award down there, and he had a choice of which dog he took, and he decided to work Digger. So these sheep are delivered. They've gone around the casting peg, although they were quite wide, that doesn't matter. But Martin is just trying to settle them down. He doesn't want them back down the bottom here in the next 15 or 20 seconds. He wants them to walk if possible. And Digger's got made better contact now. When a dog can't make contact with his sheep, it's very difficult to be tidy. Martin's advising Digger to get off. Digger's saying to him, "You sure? I could do it another way if you like." Martin's let him know that he doesn't want him to do it any way bar what he's telling him, and he's got him off better now. And I've got a few dogs like Digger too. Don't worry, most of us have. Their epitaph will be, "I did it my way." That's half my dogs. Now Digger's a bit further off, and the sheep are accepting him a bit better. They're having a look at him, and they're saying, "Oh, you're all right, but don't come too close, or we'll peel around." Digger's a very athletic dog. A lot of the Tasmanian dogs are lighter coloured than Digger because sheep tend to draw onto them a bit better. But Digger's been very successful. Sheep are just ducked around the inside, and the lead sheep's still going. He's not a happy little Vegemite yet. Martin wants Digger to stop and just settle things down. Digger says, "I'm not going to let him go." Now, this is good. He's got him settled down. Martin has a look at his watch. He says, "We've got plenty of time, mate. Just go steady."
They've taken that picture. Yep. So that's. No.
Digger's just walking in quietly on them, just trying to move them, get them to walk, turn around and walk quietly. But they don't really want to take their eye off him because they feel a little bit threatened at the moment, but he's got them going. You're going to have to be quick. Oops, that gone straight through. Sheep have gone through, gone back over. One of those sheep looks a little bit stilted in its action. Martin's just bringing him back on course before he goes through the gap. That lead sheep doesn't look like he's all that happy. Martin's got him back on course now. Martin hasn't, but Digger has. So Martin's walked through the gap and they're on their way to the cross. They're just back on course now, so there will be a few points deducted there. There may be a deduction too for Martin being so far behind. That's up to the judges, and I'm not telling them what to do. The sheep have just broken away on the inside there. But Digger's there to block them and bring them back. Martin can step into the free working area as soon as he gets there, because that free working area line actually extends to either fence. So he's there ready to block them when Digger brings them back around towards the entrance to the Maltese cross. Quick. That sheep, he's a bit upset. And he didn't take any notice of Martin. Or very little anyway. Digger's there, he's bringing them back now. This will probably be a bit easier because Digger's got the weight of them. Bit of bad luck there, they've just slipped up into that corner. One's in the entrance. Digger's, there they are. Digger's caught them as they came around. Ooh. Just let them get out of that, into that other corner and out of it a little bit. So Martin stepped back to give Digger room to bring these sheep around again. Probably both Martin and Digger have got a fair bit of presence. There they go, through they go. Our last handler, Ben Simmons, scored 47.5, I think.
57.5.
Sorry, 57.5. Sorry, Ben. It wouldn't be better if I added 10 because then you'd lose them. Job well done. It's not easy out here today. Some of these sheep are quite unsettled in these windy conditions, and they got wet last night and then they've dried out, and when that happens, sheep get a bit touchier, a bit lighter.
He's got one out.
Martin's just stepping back to take up his side. And he's put Digger round. Once they enter the Maltese cross on that second entrance, he needs to be behind the lead sheep. But at this stage, that's not worrying him much because he's just trying to get them in there. Or trying to get them, maybe he's trying to get them through the first one. Yep, we'll dig. Got them in there now. Completed that. Got 4.5 minutes left, so Martin will be conscious of that, and he'll be trying to keep things rolling along. But you can't let it worry you too much, or it just makes things even worse. Now they're working on the second section of the Maltese cross. Digger's getting a bit sick of it. He said, move off me. And they've got him in a good place. In they go. No. Oh yeah, he said, I want to get with my mates. I'm sick of being on my own. So that errant sheep ducked back and got in, followed his mates. Now they're on their way to the bridge, and they're going along quite nicely there at the moment. Martin's taking up the right-hand side as per usual on today's efforts. Digger's on the inside. Time might be becoming a factor here. Still got 3 minutes, which is enough time if everything goes right. And these sheep probably surrendered by the look of this. They've just asked Digger where they're supposed to go, and they've gone up there, and they reckon that they'll have a breather until you come up with me. And then we think we better get off. So yes, he has got enough time, because that was a very quick bridge. Martin steps out now, and he on his way to the ring or set at the pen. And I think Digger's got pretty fair control of these sheep now. And if that's the case, they may go straight in like they did straight up the bridge and be happy to stay in there. You find that with some of these dogs with a fair bit of presence. Once they get the sheep broken in, the sheep are fairly willing to comply with them and happy to get in to the pen or go into an obstacle. Walking along nicely now. He's got 2 minutes left, which is plenty of time. Whoops, they're just going to trot again, but I think Digger's there to discourage him. Martin's just going to decide which way to send Digger now. He's going to bring him back around anti-clock as he approaches the pen. They can see a gap there between Martin and the gate, so they've ducked through it. Martin will try and guard that with Digger next time they come around. Have Digger up on that side a bit, and of course that sometimes opens the gate round the outside. But anyway, that's dog trialling. In they go. They think that there'll be a bit of respite in here, so let's get in. He's got plenty of time to get the gate shut. You only need 10 seconds from when you step out to shut the gate. And they've big hand to Martin Waddingham from Tasmania and Nolan's Digger, bred in Western Australia, but owned and worked by Martin Waddingham all his life. Walking up to the peg now is Victorian President Connor McConnell with his dog Echo Park Glen. Echo Park Glen and Echo Park Lady are litter mates. And I think Mick Hudson had the choice of working Echo Park Mel if he didn't want to work Rabbit, and she's also from the same litter. So that's a phenomenal effort. There's the bell at 15 minutes for Glenn, who was been a very successful dog for Connor. He started out with Jandaree Blue, bred in Western Australia by Ricky Jantz and Doreen. And then he picked up Glenn as a pup from Stefan and Simone. And I think quite a few of the pups, McConnell Prefect's pups, dogs, going about are probably by Glenn, but I don't know Victorian breeding all that well. One sheep there is having a good pick as Glenn moves up a little bit. I haven't actually personally watched Glenn work before, so it'll be interesting for me to see him work. I missed his run in Strath last year. I'm pretty sure he's by Wandara Snap out of Echo Park. Or it might be Queen, I'm not sure. I'll think of it, I'll find out. One sheep there having a good pick, nice and settled. Glenn's got them trotting up there now. They've just probably come off course a little, but the judges are in the best position to see that. So I think Glenn would be a 6 or 7 year old dog, probably 8-year-old. Connor would just like to straighten him up a little bit so that they go around on his left side. They are just heading over to his right shoulder a little bit at the moment. His sister, Lady, represented Australia last year in New Zealand. She's worked by her breeder, Stefan Cross. Two years ago, two litter brothers represented Queensland at Campbelltown in Tasmania, Gibson Slim and Gibson's Cole. But it's not often that you've got siblings in the same team, sometimes by the same dog or out of the same bitch, but full litter brothers or sisters. It's a pretty rare achievement and a great achievement. Glenn's just moving them up. They're not going to take their eyes off him at this stage. Glenn's just working fairly hard at the moment to move the sheep. One sheep there's just walking out and asking a question of him. Digger scored, I think, 58. Yep, Digger's score was 58, and there's quite a few dogs there with him in the high 50s, low 60s. Glenn's just moving these sheep up towards Connor now. Glenn's working pretty hard. All three of them are watching him. Sometimes when they're like this, when you get them around behind you, they turn and face the dog. Or other times, once you get them around the peg, they scarf it back down the ground, and you don't really know which way it's going to go. Because the survival mechanism with prey, and the sheep are the prey, in this case, is fight or flight. And depending how they're feeling, if they think they're feeling really well, flight's first option. If not, last resort is fight. These sheep have kindly been supplied by Steve Turner, who supplies a lot of the sheep for the Victorian trials. That's a big commitment to sheepdog trialling, because without sheep and without judges, we don't have sheepdog trials. We can always find competitors, but the other two elements are a bit harder to find sometimes. And it's congratulations to the Victorian Sheepdog Workers Association. This is a big competition over a full 9 days. 3 Ted Gabies, 3 tests, about 240 dogs entered in the first round of the Supreme, and I think it's about 160, 170 entered in the novice, and that's all got through. And it's all very well for the competitors, but the people that are doing, looking after the sheep, handling the sheep, bringing them in, the timekeepers, the letter outers, all the volunteers, they've got very long days to look forward to until probably 7 p.m. Sunday the 15th or Monday the 16th. And I can guarantee you by then they'll be sick of us all. Or if they aren't, I would be in their position, because it's a big commitment, all for us to have a bit of fun out there. And it's not all fun, but you've got to remember who's making all these events successful, and their sponsors. We've got to support the sponsors, and major sponsor is the High Pro Group, along with a lot of other councils and whatever else. I haven't got a list here at the moment, but there are numerous sponsors that make this successful. While we're just marooned up here, or Connor is, I'll just have a look for our sponsors, because they deserve a shout out. Thank you. Yep, we've got the sponsors of the High Pro Group, John Camilleri and his team. We've got Precision Etch, Quality Laser Engraving. They've suppliers of the trophies and prizes and gifts. We've got Computer Sashes, Rosettes and Awards. They speak for themselves. And I'd recommend that you support all these sponsors if you can in any whatever way. CRT and Metal Corp, everything in steel. Also HF Richardson, Livestock and Property. Wade Vet. TB White and Sons. Antonol for dogs. Hydro Hound. Getting your dirty dogs cleaned up, I'd say. Food Biz, wholesale distributors. And the individual sponsors, Julie Whitbourne on behalf of the late Ralph Whitbourne, David Hines, patron of the Victorian Working Sheepdog Association, Wally Dalton, who's a member of the Victorian Working Sheepdog Association, Southwest Sheepdog Club, Dogs at Work, and the Australian Working Stock Dog magazine. Laura McKillop there. So I'd commend you, thank them very much for their sponsorship, and hope that everybody can support them wherever possible. The Hypro Group are great sponsors of trialling throughout all the mainland states, and without them we'd struggle. We wouldn't be able to put on these sort of trials. They support grassroots trialling right through to this level, and that's a very big commitment. Glenn's got these sheep a bit closer to Connor, getting them up there, and he's attempting to bring them around on his left-hand shoulder as he looks down the ground. As you can see on your program, there's 9 days of solid trialling. We've got to get through 47 or 48 dogs per day once we start the Supreme. And with these sort of sheep, that'll be a full day's trialling, I would say. So all competitors will be asked to be ready when their turn comes. And the judges won't get too much downtime during the day. Also like to thank the judges, firstly for the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge that we've got now. We've got judging here, we've got Bill Davidson and Michael Depler. And then we've also got Peter Oxley's going to come in, and they're each going to do 2 trials. So Bill Davidson will judge next time with Peter Oxley, and Michael Depler will. There's 3 rounds. Then once we get on to the Supreme, we've got Anthony Ireland and Kenny Robinson judging the Supreme, which is approximately 241st round runs, plus a top 20, plus a top 10. So they're going to get the guts of 300 runs to judge. Bill Davidson, who's out here now, he's a busy boy. He's judging 2 rounds of the Ted Gaby. Then he's judging the novice, the 160 or 70 dogs there, plus a final. He's also been appointed judge manager of the Australian Test team, which will be competing here next Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So Bill won't get much any time off, and he's a fit young fella, and that's the sort of person we need. Anthony Ireland won't get a lot of peace either, because he's representing South Australia in the Ted Gaby, so he's got to work his dog 3 times in that, and then he's judging the Supreme from then on. So that's a magnificent commitment from those judges as well, and we thank them from the bottom of our heart. They're all very well-renowned judges. Now these sheep are just about got around, looking from here, probably another 3 feet, and they'll be passed, they'll be delivered, which Connor will be pleased about. And then he'll be hoping they scarf it down here and pull up right in front of the gap. Wait for him to get in the set before he walks through it, before they walk through it. Because if I won't say that. Time's getting away a bit, and we've all been in this situation. It's very disappointing at the time, but as I tell new trialers, you can't do anything out there that we haven't all done before. You can't make a mistake or have a problem or whatever. That we all had the same problems on our way through, just sometimes a lot more, some of us a lot more times than others. So Glenn's just about got these delivered and just about run out of time probably. Although I haven't got a clock on him myself, but I know I've been told that he hasn't got much up his sleeve. This is a competition. Out of this competition, the top 4 handlers go on to represent Australia on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And I'd say most of them will have a poor run and a couple of good ones. That's what tends to happen. And it's not over till probably the last dog in the third round. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's time for Connor and Glenn. Connor's probably glad to hear that because of where he's up to, and I've been there too. So we'll just stop for a moment and then wait till the next fella walks to the peg. Next handler. Right, Simon and Di, they're underway. Time just went, and Di's casting out to the left. I think Di goes back to Grass Valley Moss, and she's way in front this year in Western Australia in the points. Every time I look at the results, she's in the final and right up near the top. This is Simon's first time representing Western Australia. He's a very accomplished handler. He is quite successful in both the yard and, well, especially the utility and the yard, as well as three sheep trialling. And last time I was in Western Australia, he was running courses for new handlers and also commentating, and he was a very good commentator. He's a very good commentator too. So Di's bringing these sheep up nicely. Probably Di and Simon haven't had a lot of experience on Trans-Tasmans, but I think they will have done their homework pretty well. They're coming up nicely. She's a very versatile dog. I'm pretty sure I saw her in the final of a yard trial the other day in the results. The West Australian dogs tend to be a bit more versatile than some of ours in the East because they not too many only about 8 on 10 three-sheep trials, so they actually do quite a bit of yard and utility trialling, or utility first. And they're a little bit more versatile than my dogs anyway. The Di's delivered these sheep now quite nicely. Simon's just going to try and poke them back on course without upsetting them too much. He stepped away from the casting peg and he's on his way now. Sheep are quite settled. There's one of them having a feed. Probably the one on the outside at this stage is looking at die and not quite as settled, but still quite very accepting of die at this stage. Lovely move there, just to stop them taking off. Now Simon's put her back to the tail, bring her up around now, and that sheep looks straight out at her instead of turning and scarfing it on the inside. Got these sheep walking nicely down here. Di is a 5-year-old bitch, bred by Simon from a line of dogs that he's been breeding for a while. Got the sheep in a pretty good position here at the gap. Simon started trialling in 2000. These sheep seem to be taking a liking to die. Oops. Don't want to put the mocker on them. Yep, there they go, through they go. Just walk through nicely. When they shoot through like Bondi trams, your blood pressure goes up a bit. Simon goes through and they're walking down there nicely. Look at that, so far so good. Nice drive. Lead sheep there has a look at die. Says, right, okay. Where do you want us to go? Right, well, we'll go here, as long as I can have a mouthful. Just got him walking along. So far, so good. Quick. Yep, got him. Points in this section and the next section can be in halves because there's only 15 points in the section, so for minor deviations, etc., the judges may take a half point where they consider a whole point was a bit harsh. Ideally, in the perfect world, they're supposed to be where they are now, straight down the middle, not stop, just keep walking within about 10 to 15 metres of you like they are. But, there are half points available when when the sheep stop and the handler or the dog stop. And if all three are stationary, well, there's probably a point available there. And that's all up to the judges. It's their discretion. Sheep, they're just not too intimidated by Simon, so he just poked along between here and the end of the entrance of the second entrance of the cross and walked through there. So Simon stepped back on the other side where he'll be more effective and put Di around to pick them up and bring them back to the entrance, the first entrance of the cross. I think he'd be going pretty well time-wise because it's all been free-flowing, nice walking. Simon just trying to get him to look, and one's having a feed in the front of there. Now he's going to ask Di to walk in there on the shoulder of that sheep and just, yep, there they go. Nice work, like something around 8.5 minutes left, and Di's blocking them from exiting in the wrong part of the cross, brought them back, and they've just circled around there, and they're the sort of places that a half point may be deducted, may not be. The most important thing with judging is that you're consistent, so if you didn't take it to start for the other people, you don't take it on the... Now, you set your pattern early. Now they've come back through there, which is, not ideal, but it doesn't matter. He's still moving on to the second section of the cross. what we do in the game of sheepdog trialling is we start with our points and we lose them on the way round. Sometimes we discard them in small amounts, other times we discard them in big mouthfuls. There is an ideal which you're trying to achieve, but that's nearly impossible to be perfect, because we're working with 3 sheep and a dog, as well as ourselves, and sometimes the call's 50-50. Simon swapped over like most of the other handlers have, and I think they've got the sheep on course looking from here, and no, don't know. One might have snuck around the outside, but that's not for me to say, that's the judges, but they're walking along nicely, which is the most important thing. You haven't got much say in it when they're scarfing it up or down the flat or sideways, but when they're walking like that, you've got a lot more say in what's going on. You can be much more tidy. The sheep have just about entered the free working area. And don't forget, after this, we're going to have a quick break lunch for the judges and the letter outers, and then we're back into it again. The draw's in the book. I haven't got it here in front of me. Nice work there, walked up beautifully. We're going to do it all again this afternoon, and then again tomorrow morning, and after that we'll know who's in the Australian team, who's going to represent Australia on Friday against the Kiwis. The Kiwis land in Australia on Tuesday about 11 a.m. and they'll make their way here to the Geelong. And they'll run their dogs in the Australian Supreme on Thursday probably, let them get the feel of the sheep. And then on Friday afternoon, I think it is, I'd have to check, we've got the first test. New Zealand President and Judge Manager is Pat Coogan. Leo, I think it's Eddington, is their captain. Stuart Childs, Scott Hunter, and I'm missing, Miller. Can't think of his. Ben Miller is their team, and I'm pretty sure Ben's father has represented to Stewie Miller. I think I'm right, but anyway, I might be wrong there. Won't be the first time or the last. Yeah, this one's no, not at all. Well, forget who told me. Only one of them, I think, is represented before their captain, Leo. He's represented New Zealand before, so they're a fairly inexperienced team, but they're a younger team and in general. These sheep are going into the pen nice. You can see lovely work there for Simon and Di, really. Simon steps out of the ring and he'd have plenty of time left, and he's closed the gate, and give him a big hand. That's Simon Leaning, first time representing Western Australia, and his great little dog, Marion Vale Di.
Congratulations, Simon and Di. Right.
Thanks for sticking around on the live stream. We'll be back at 1:30.
Yep,
There'll be a
go,
new
go,
live
go.
stream starting at 1:30. Bye.